Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, October 3rd, 2022. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you'd rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Corran, if you'd join me in the pledge, please. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have our introduction of our pets of the week, and Jennifer Martinez from our communications office will be introducing them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office. And I noticed there's a lot of people in this audience today, and I think it's because they want to meet our first pet of the week, Booger. This guy is at the shelter because his dog roommates were not great fans of his. When he does feel comfortable and safe, he is very sweet. He likes to sort of observe the world from a distance. And then we have Echo. Echo is a large 5-year-old doggy. He's 58 pounds. Echo is a big sweetheart. He's great on a leash, and while he is not driven by treats, he does love attention. He wouldn't mind if you pet him all day long. There we go. If you have some energy and a lot of love, Echo is looking for you. If you'd like to meet Echo or Booger, please call to visit with either of them at the Animal Services Center. That number to call is 3820018. Now, there is a Howl-O-Ween event going on this entire month. It's an adoption event where you can get 50% off all adoptions. And then if you're interested, there is an End Alzheimer's Walk that's going on this Saturday, October 8th from 7:30 to 11 a.m. at Young Park. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, next is going to be our Jobs of the Week. I believe Giselle Palomares from the Workforce Connections will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Giselle Palomares. I'm with the New Mexico Workforce Connection. The jobs of the week for this week, we have City of Las Cruces is hiring for adult basic education instructor, paying $25 an hour, open until filled. J29 Enterprises, LLC, is hiring 6 positions for laborer, $15 an hour, closes October 15th. Doña Ana County has 15 positions available for DASO cadet and certified. The salary is from $43,000 to $63,000 a year, and this closes October 19th. Peraton is hiring an administrative assistant. This pays $26,000 to $40,000 a year, depending on experience, and closes December 25th. Gas, Diesel, and More is hiring a cashier, pays $22,000 and $25,000 a year, and this closes October 20th. And as always, you can always visit the New Mexico Workforce Connection office by calling 575-524-6250 or visit them in person at 226 South Alameda Boulevard. You can also download the app, Employee NM, now available on the App Store and Google Play. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Giselle. Okay, so next we're going to have a presentation. I want to invite our members of the Veterans Committee, the Parade Poster Committee. Join me up here to my right. So every year we're fortunate to have a Veterans Parade, and it's going to be this Saturday, November 12th. And we have, if you want to go on this side, we have every year the committee and the schools put on a presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Bill, and he's going to talk a little bit about that, and it's really great. You see some of the greatest posters that come out from our young adults, and so it's really fun to see, and it's amazing what the artistic talents that they have. So I'll turn it over to you, Bill.
Mayor Miyagishima, City Council members, Las Cruces Public Schools Superintendent Ramos, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Bill Hawkins, the committee chair for the Veterans Day Parade, which will take place on Saturday, November 12th at 11 a.m. Throughout the years, with the support of the City of Las Cruces, we have published a poster to announce the date, time, and location of the parade. After years of utilizing the artwork provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs, we decided to hold a contest with the middle school students of Las Cruces to produce a more personalized announcement for our parade, as well as to encourage our local youth to learn about the role of our veterans and the history of our country. Our first contest was in 2015. The response was so positive that we decided to make this an annual event. This year, our theme is Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans. Today's presentation is to announce the top 6 artists and reward them for their efforts. We judged approximately 220 submissions from Camino Real, Lynn, Mesilla Valley Leadership Academy, Picacho, Vista, White Sands, and Zia Middle Schools. After careful consideration, the top 6 artists are in alphabetical order, and kids, when I call your name, please come up and line up in alphabetical order. Giovanni Apodaca from Vista Middle School. We're not ready yet. We're not ready yet. No, you're way ahead of the game. Judith Canseco from Camino Real. Erin Carrasco from Lynn Middle School. Andrea Lugo from Mesa Middle School. Justin Rodarte from Vista Middle School. And Jaylene Sanchez from Mesa Middle School. Now for the awards. There are 3 honorable mention artists who will receive a $10 prize for their efforts. The first is Giovanni Apodaca from Vista. Go ahead and step forward. Did you want to hand them up? Okay, the second honorable mention is Justin Rodarte from Vista. And the third honorable mention is Jaylene Sanchez from Mesa. Okay, third place, receiving a $20 prize, is Erin Carrasco from Lynn Middle School. And second place, who's receiving a $30 prize, is Judith Canseco from Camino Real. I think somebody figured this out. And the winner of the 2022 Veterans Parade Poster Contest is Andrea Lugo. Hold on. She's an 8th grader from Mr. Valdez's art class at Mesa Middle School. She's receiving a $40 prize, a framed copy of the 2022 Veterans Parade poster, and she will also have the opportunity to be in the parade in recognition of her contribution. Let's give them a round of applause. Parents, if you'd like to get pictures. Here, why don't you get up and show and hold your posters up in front of you so everyone can see. I would like to thank the administrators and teachers from the middle schools that participated in this year's contest. Dolores Archuleta, J.R. Turner, Mike Cano, Larry Orvis, Chris Faber, Larry Nichols, and Eric Enriquez, who are members of the Veterans Parade Committee, Joseph Flores from Las Cruces Public Schools Fine Arts, Mr. Ralph Ramos, the Superintendent of Las Cruces Public Schools, and Mayor Miyagishima and the Las Cruces City Council for allowing us to recognize these local students. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and please join us on November 12th for the 2022 Veterans Day Parade. It promises to be a great event in honoring our local veterans. Thank you.
Share your post with the councilors.
Thank you, Mayor.
While they're out introducing themselves to my colleagues, I just want to thank you again for being able to work this partnership, and I think this is so important for our future leaders of Las Cruces to recognize the efforts and the history of the United States military. So I wanted to just take a moment and thank those. I know we usually say thanks at Veterans Day and at the parade, but for those of you who are either active duty, reserve, retired, or thinking of going in the service or have already served, please stand up so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you very much. We appreciate each and every one of you for your service, as well as the families. I know it's a challenge being the spouse of military and the children, because sometimes you have to move a lot, so thank you. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Councilor Corran, if she would like to join me, and she's going to take over the rest of the proclamations. Okay, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations to all the great artists out there. How exciting. I'd like to start off the proclamations with the Walk to End Alzheimer's Day. So if Emily Chaddock is here and your crew, please come up to join us. Hi. Thanks for coming. Whereas approximately 43,000 New Mexicans currently live with Alzheimer's disease, and that number is expected to increase to 53,000 by 2025. Whereas 85,000 family and friends in New Mexico provide $2.6 billion in uncompensated care for their loved ones who have Alzheimer's disease and are subject to high levels of physical and emotional stress. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is the only leading cause of death in the United States without prevention or cure. And whereas the costs of health care and long-term care for individuals with Alzheimer's or other dementias are substantial, and dementia is one of the costliest conditions in society. And whereas the Alzheimer's Association leads the way to end Alzheimer's and all other dementias by accelerating global research, driving risk reduction and early detection, and maximizing quality care and support. And whereas thousands of New Mexicans will come together during the fall of 2022 to raise awareness and funds through statewide walks to end Alzheimer's events, including one here this weekend, correct? Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Saturday, October 8th as Walk to End Alzheimer's Day in the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, signed by Mayor Miyagishima and attested to by our city clerk.
Held annually in more than 600 communities nationwide, the Alzheimer's Association's Walk to End Alzheimer's is the world's largest fundraiser for Alzheimer's care, support, and research. This inspiring event calls on participants of all ages and abilities to join the fight against the disease. We welcome everyone to come out on Saturday, October 8th, to join us for the walk and to honor our loved ones that we have lost and are fighting against the disease. Check-in will begin at 8:30 to 9:30, and with 9:30 beginning our opening ceremonies. Once again, we welcome everybody out, and thank you so much for the opportunity for me to speak in front of you guys and to get our proclamation. Thank you.
I'm particularly excited about several of the proclamations we have here today, including this one, because both Council Member Graham and I were 4-H'ers, and look how we turned out. I don't know if y'all want to know that, but the next proclamation is in honor of National 4-H Week, so I'm hoping that there are some folks here. Eva Madrid. Oh, sorry. Awesome. Come on up. Thank you. Whereas 4-H is the largest youth organization in the world with 6 million youth members and 603,000 volunteer leaders and 400 youth enrolled in Doña Ana County 4-H and 200 volunteers. And whereas during the spring of 1912, a corn club was organized near Las Cruces at the State College with 7 members completing their club work in agriculture. And whereas, with the passage of the Smith-Lever Act in 1914 and the permanent establishment of the Cooperative Extension Service in New Mexico, more concentrated club work followed. And under the stress of the war emergency of 1918, the state enrollment in 4-H clubs reached 4,181 members. 4-H projects helped families grow food and manage resources in those difficult times. And whereas the 4-H program is dedicated to providing opportunities for young people to develop leadership and management skills, positive self-esteem, effective communication skills, a solid sense of personal responsibility, and the ability to make sound decisions. The life skills learned in 4-H enable youth to become productive, well-informed, self-reliant, responsible adults. And whereas each of the 4 H's on the clover represents ways youth can grow and develop. The first H stands for head, for critical thinking and problem solving. The second H stands for heart, for self-discipline, integrity, and communication. The third H stands for hands, for serving others. And the fourth H is for health, for choosing healthy lifestyles. And whereas today, 4-H projects are offered in creative arts, health and nutrition, natural science, plants and animals, communication, and many more areas. 4-H reaches the youth of urban, suburban, and rural communities throughout Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, and New Mexico. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of October 2nd through 8th, 2022 as National 4-H Week in Las Cruces and Doña Ana, and urge the people of this community to learn more about 4-H and become involved in 4-H as members, club leaders, or volunteers. Signed, Mayor Ken Miyagishima, and attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk.
Don't want to drop that. Good afternoon, Mayor Miyagishima, City Councilors, and guests. My name is Andy Grooms. I'm the Doña Ana County 4-H President and a State 4-H Ambassador.
My name is Steffi Grooms, and I'm a Doña Ana County Ambassador.
We greatly appreciate your support of the Doña Ana County Cooperative Extension Services. Supporters like yourselves provide us with the opportunity to be a part of this great organization. On behalf of Doña Ana County 4-H and my leadership team, we would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today and proclaiming 4-H Week. We have just finished a week at the fair where our members completed their projects and were recognized for many accomplishments. October marks the start of a new 4-H year, and we look forward to all the amazing experiences this year is sure to bring. Thank you for your support of 4-H, and please accept a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you for your time.
So thank you for the candies. These are really good. I noticed that you stepped it up this year.
The next proclamation, I would like to invite Luis Rios up. And the folks from Tresco, please. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming up. Hi. Please, come on up. Please, welcome. We're so glad you're here. Whereas October 2022 marks the 77th anniversary of National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And whereas the purpose of National Disability Employment Awareness Month is to educate about disability employment issues and celebrate the many and varied contributions to America's workers with disabilities. And whereas the history of National Disability Awareness Month traces back to 1945, when Congress enacted a law declaring the first week of October each year National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. And whereas in 1962, the word physically was removed to acknowledge the employment needs and contributions of individuals with all types of disabilities. And whereas in 1988, Congress expanded the week to a month and changed the name to National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And whereas workplaces welcoming the talents of all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and strong economy. Whereas Tresco Inc. for the past 30 years has offered employment opportunities to persons with varying disabilities, veterans, and students through federal, state, and commercial contracts. And whereas the awareness of this month will reinforce the value and talent of those people with disabilities and that they add to our workplaces and communities, and affirm the City of Las Cruces' commitment to an inclusive community that increases access and opportunities to all, including with individuals with disabilities. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as the 77th anniversary of National Disability Awareness Month, and the life-changing work of Tresco Inc., and be it further resolved that the City of Las Cruces calls upon employers, schools, businesses, and other community organizations in Las Cruces to observe October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and to advance its important message that people with disabilities add value and talent to our workplaces and communities. And be it further resolved that the City of Las Cruces pledge to take steps throughout the year to recruit, hire, retain, and advance individuals with disabilities, and work to pursue the goals of opportunity, full participation, economic self-sufficiency, and independent living for people with disabilities. Signed, Mayor Ken Miyagishima, and attested by our City Clerk, Christine Rivera. If you'd like to speak.
Thank you. My name is Luis Rios, and I'm director of Tresco Works. Tresco Works is the arm of Tresco who actually provides job opportunities for persons with disabilities. And we are here to say thank you to the city officials, and city council for this proclamation, which provides for awareness for employing persons with disabilities. Tresco employs about 200 currently persons with disabilities, but we would like to increase that number greatly, and we welcome the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much.
Councilor Flores. I'm going to invite Councilor Flores to come up and read this next proclamation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to present the proclamation to the City Art Board. And first, I'd like to say thank you to Ceci for doing a fantastic job. Thank you to Greg Smith, who's always been a supporter and initiated a lot of this. So thank you, Greg, Mr. Smith. And I'd also like to recognize Nan Rubin, who is the person who came up with this wonderful idea of having QR codes next to our public art. And it'll give an understanding of what it is, and it'll also be a big tourist magnet. So thank you, Nan Rubin. Whereas the City Art Board recognizes the City of Las Cruces, excuse me, it's the glare, not my glasses, not my eyes, it's the glare. Sad. Whereas the City Art Board recognizes that the City of Las Cruces has an expanding public art collection located throughout the city, and whereas the City Art Board would like to promote the community's access to engagement and appreciation with public art, and whereas there is a link between creative expression and quality of life, and whereas the weather during this time of year in Las Cruces is perfect, well, maybe not today, but wouldn't you know, is perfect for exploration and recreational visits to outdoor public art and the stories behind the art throughout the city. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Las Cruces Public Art Month. And would all of you like to come up to have your picture taken? Or no? Are you shy? Ceci? Oh, Nan. You can come right here if you feel comfortable. Wherever you want, Nan. If you want to make them, I love your shoes. Oh, so do I. Come on in, Nan. Oh, I forgot to add that it's signed by our mayor, and it's attested by our city clerk. Our mayor, of course, is Ken Miyagishima, and our city clerk is Christine Rivera. Oh. Oh, no, I just want my picture taken. Yes. And Caitlin, I'm sorry. Katrina would like to say a few words. I'm sorry. I've
only known you for like a year.
I know.
It's fine. Hi, I'm Katrina Chandler. I'm the chair of the City Art Board. I just really appreciate this proclamation, and I want to thank the mayor and the city council for this. And what I also want to thank is Nan Rubin from KTAL, a non-com public radio station here in town. And we, with KTAL, developed this program, so that the community can be involved in what's going on with public art in Las Cruces. We have a lot of really amazing public art that happens in Cruces, and our goal is really to kind of put a light on what's going on and get the community more involved in what we're doing. And one of those ways is by developing this QR code system. So some of these, at certain locations, there's a QR code, and KTAL helped in recording a little bit of a history and a narrative about those art pieces. And if you go to those artworks, you scan the QR code, it'll take you to a page. You get to listen to a little thing, read a little thing. But also, because it is Public Art Month, what we're doing is a scavenger hunt. So that's what is, if you want to go outside and scan this, it'll be out there. And we're giving away prizes and grand prizes. And so if you participate in the scavenger hunt and go and find all these different locations of public art, not only are you getting out, seeing beautiful art, but you can also win some prizes, support local community artwork, support KTOL. And so we just encourage you guys to do that. And we look forward to just working with the community more and with the council more just to improve the public art services here in Las Cruces. So thank you.
Thank you. I recently got a public art tour, so I probably wouldn't be allowed to go on the scavenger hunt day. Doesn't seem fair. But please go out and scan the QR code in the lobby so that you can join the scavenger hunt. How exciting. Thank you. We have one last proclamation that I'm particularly proud and excited to be reading as the first out queer member of the Las Cruces City Council to recognize LGBTQI plus History Month. I hope Southern New Mexico Pride. I know I saw some of you there. Come on up, please. Thank you. Thanks for coming up. Okay. Whereas our local Pride celebration moved to the month of October to coincide with National LGBTQI plus History Month, and it being the same month as National Coming Out Day, which is October 11th of note. And whereas this month will celebrate the connection of the LGBTQI community, their contribution to the greater Las Cruces community, and united efforts to address discrimination of this marginalized community. And whereas the city of Las Cruces honors the history of LGBTQI movement and supports the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination, because all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And whereas the city of Las Cruces is committed to eradicating prejudice, discrimination, bigotry, and hate, and seek to reflect on ways to live and work together with a commitment and respect and understanding. And whereas we acknowledge all individuals who have chosen to come out and those around them, and to raise awareness of the LGBTQI plus community and create an environment where living openly and as honestly as possible. And whereas the city of the Las Cruces LGBTQI plus community members and organizations are a vital resource to our city, we celebrate the work of organizations such as Southern New Mexico Pride, PFLAG Las Cruces, Singing Out Las Cruces, FYI Plus, Alianza of New Mexico, and the work of many other groups and individuals that make our community safe, inclusive, and welcoming for the LGBTQI plus individuals and their families. Whereas the City of Las Cruces is an organization that has long since been a strong ally of the LGBTQI plus community, taking a stand against intolerance and hatred. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as National LGBTQI History Month and urge all residents to join in celebrating the important month around our city.
Thank you, Mayor and council members and everyone here. We just celebrated our Pride celebration, Pride on the Plaza, on Saturday. For those of you that came out, thank you. It was a huge success. We had more than 50 vendors and probably 1,000 or more people in attendance out there on the plaza. It was a wonderful event. It always is every year, and thank you all for this recognition and for all the support that you provide us. Thank you.
Is Shariah Mulamala here, who's one of our top teens, who's gonna talk about publicizing autism? No? I didn't see you. Okay, well, maybe next time. All right, well, thank you, Councilor Corran, for that those presentations. So now I'm going to read the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member, excuse me, of the city council, city manager, any member of the city staff has any known conflict of interest with any item on the agenda.
None, Caldera.
None,
Vera.
Flores.
None, Graham. None, Mancomo.
None.
Okay, seeing none. Next, we're going to go to public participation. This is where I'll ask if members of the public wish to speak to council. You have a total of 7 minutes, 3 minutes for public participation, 4 minutes to be used for items that are on the agenda. There may be some that are here to want to talk about a couple items that are on the agenda. One might be the buffer zone, the 300 feet. If you can wait until that time comes to speak, we'd appreciate it. If you can't, then feel free to say your comments. Council probably won't be able to respond to you. So I usually start on my left. I usually start on the first row. And let's see if this gentleman, did you have anything you want to say? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just need you to come forward and state your name. And you've got 3 minutes, please.
My name is Sam Cerna. I'm a retired First Sergeant, United States Army Infantry, Korea and Vietnam veteran. I'm here today speaking for all veterans in Las Cruces and surrounding communities. I belong to the Vietnam PTSD group sanctioned by the VA Center in Las Cruces. We meet every other week at the American Legion with a Vet Center Councilor located in Madrid. I wanted to host a barbecue for my fellow PTSD members on September the 24th. I called the Parks and Recreation Department on September the 1st, was informed that they did not handle the Veterans Memorial Park, and took my phone number and name and said that they would call me back. They never did. I called the Parks Department again on the 20th and was told that I could have the barbecue at first come, first served basis. A couple of PTSD members are musicians and volunteered to play. I was told by the Parks Department that if there was an amplifier used, I would need a permit. I asked if I could get a permit and was told they were not giving out permits at the present time. No explanation. I then called the mayor's office to see if he could help me get a permit and was given the mayor's phone number and was informed to only text. I texted the mayor and he responded to send the information by email. I did, but never received a response, so I canceled the music. On the 24th of September at 12:30 p.m., myself and 2 other vets went to the Veterans Park to set up the barbecue. When we arrived there, 2 families were setting up children's birthday parties. Both areas were taken. We approached the people, and they told us that they were from El Paso. I had to scramble to change the venue to Apodaca Park. This should not have happened. I consider the Veterans Memorial Park hollow ground, a place that veterans can go and reflect and relax. I do that periodically. I am proposing to you 2 things. Number 1, to give priority for the use of the picnic area to veterans and their families. There are other parks available for children's birthday parties. Number 2, inform the public who to call to reserve the picnic area so there are no conflict of interest in scheduling. First come, first serve is not the answer. And by the way, who oversees the park? Thank you for letting me talk to you today. Respectfully, Sam Cerna.
First Sergeant, I have to tell you, and it sounds that would be something that I would say to email me, and if I apologize, I dropped the ball and did not respond. I don't know what else I can tell you. I wish I could make it up to you. If you want to do it on another Saturday, you let me know. I'll personally take care of the permit. There's two ways to reserve the park. One is if you just go there, okay, that's fine. But if someone actually pays for a park permit, they get to take precedent over whoever reserved it. And we'll worry about the amplifier later. So I don't know what else to tell you, sir. That would be something that I would say if you text me to send me an email, because then I send it on through staff. But can I have your last name again one more time?
Corran, S-E-R-N-A.
Oh, Cerna. Yeah. Okay. We'll find out what happened. My apologies, sir. Second row. Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Eric Montgomery. I'm the Regional Director for Governmental Affairs with El Paso Electric. I am here today. I brought you a gift. It's not chocolate. It's not a cat named Booger. But it is our 2021 Sustainability Report. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about that. First off, this past Saturday on the 24th of September, so I guess that's actually 2 Saturdays back, we were happy to partner with the Las Cruces Farmers and Crafts Market, where we gave out 1,900 individual LED bulbs. Why do we do events like this? It's through our partnership and with the City of Las Cruces and commitment to sustainability, overarching goals throughout our service territory. What you'll see in the report is a continued commitment and investment toward carbon-free power generation. We have had these goals for many years now. We were the first electric utility in New Mexico and Texas to exit out of coal. It is our corporate goal to be carbon-free by 2045. You can see, according to the report, that we actually have we're pretty close to that goal, well along our way. 48.5% of our total power generation is actually from carbon-free resources. So we continue to look forward to a carbon-free future. We've actually got about 270 megawatts of solar and battery storage that is in renegotiation. It was expected to come online this year. Unfortunately, with inflation, with supply chain constraints, and a U.S. Department of Commerce investigation, those solar panels and the battery storage are paused, but we are still aggressively working to get those installed and online. We do a number of other programs along the lines of energy efficiency, like handing out light bulbs. And if any of you have special events in your district and would like us to have our teams to come out and talk about the programs that we have available to customers, we're happy to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eric. Okay, is there someone in the first row or second row that's still? No? Okay, third row? Mr. Garcia?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, my name is Juan Garcia. Today I'm here to speak about the forgotten victims. The business owner who found a pile of feces, gloves, pills this morning behind his building. I saw it. The business who spent thousands to erect a fence to protect his property from criminals. The seniors who are spending their limited Social Security funds in security for their homes. Citizens who are forced to repair or replace what is stolen or damaged. Since I've started coming to the Council for public input, I have seen dozens of victims begging, pleading, asking for help from you to put into place policies that will stop the current rise in crime plaguing Las Cruces. Instead, you have implemented the social justice model that makes victims out of criminals by condoning their criminal acts due to, quote, racism, oppression, poverty, without using accountability and responsibility. I know that you don't believe and you don't support accountability and responsibility because we don't see it. Poverty doesn't make you break windows, destroy property, or willfully trash public areas or terrorize citizens. with policies that defend criminals and a municipal court system that serves as a revolving door, you are twice victimizing citizens. Look at the data coming from arrests and releases in the municipal court. My own representative, Representative Rubio, ignores the issues. You continue to pour taxpayer money into programs without any measurable system to determine their favorable or negative impact. I want to thank Councilor Bencomo. What a great interview regarding the billboard on Solano, calling out the council to fix the mess that we have here and the lack of empathy for true victims. I really do appreciate that she's always willing to engage. We obviously don't always agree, but she does engage. Thank you. Unfortunate, the root cause talking points of the rising crime, which all agree is happening, were the ones passed down by the progressive/socialist wing of the party. We don't need to have a rising crime just because other cities are. We don't need to. We will continue to fight for the forgotten citizens who are victims of failed policies. We are not fear-mongering. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that was the third row. Anyone else on third row?
Hello, my name is Rick Renaud. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. I first want to talk about the billboard. I was down there near Solano looking for the billboard. It's digital, so it goes about 8-second sequence, and it wasn't there this morning. It was replaced by a cannabis billboard. So just some levity here to start out with. It was moved somewhere else. Now, the second thing I want to talk about is ranked choice voting and next year's municipal elections. First of all, I think next year's municipal elections should be held from the clerk's office, the city clerk's office. Home rule, municipal rule from about 2 weeks ago. Anyway, the other thing about ranked choice voting, it's difficult to understand. I'm a registered professional engineer. I can't understand it. I know a doctorate in EE, he can't understand it. And I heard an interview between reporter Damon Willis and reporter Michael McDivitt on the radio last week. And they were talking about the difficulty understanding ranked choice voting so that they can convey it to the readers. So I think ranked choice voting should go out next year, and the municipal elections should be held from the city clerk's office next year. Thank you.
Anyone else, third row?
Hello, my name is Ramona Davis, and I am against the removing of the 300-foot buffer for the cannabis. My husband has severe asthma. We can't even go outside because somebody will be smoking in the backyard.
Excuse me, ma'am, did you have to leave? You can't wait to make your comments?
Okay, well, it's going to be the same.
Okay, okay. Okay, that was third row. Anyone on the fourth row? Yes, sir. Yeah, come on down. Just state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Bennett Bauer. I am the Chief Public Defender for the state of New Mexico. I'm here because I've been told that there's been conversations over the last several months about the crime problem, the homelessness problem, and other community issues and how the court system might affect those. So first of all, let me just tell you that the Law Offices of the Public Defender is a state agency. We have about 230 lawyers across the state. We have about 18 lawyers members here in Las Cruces. We consider ourselves members of the community and here to help talk about community issues and how to address them. I heard Mr. Garcia speak before, and I agree with him that there are a lot of things that we need to work on as a community. Citizens, small business owners, members of the community have to deal with what's really sort of, I think, the wreckage of our behavioral health and substance abuse treatment programs, and perhaps a lack of community responsibility and accountability for each other. We represent people accused of crimes in the state courts. We don't want repeat business. And I want to talk for just a moment about the idea of bail reform, which I know is somewhat controversial. Bail reform was something necessary 4 or 5 years ago statewide and locally, because so often people were held in jail while they awaited their trial simply because they couldn't come up with a certain amount of money. I want to emphasize that detention not only holds people in jail and out of the community, but if you hold the wrong people, you actually increase crime, because the effects on somebody when you are arrested, if you can think about driving down the street and suddenly being pulled over and going to jail. If you had a job, you're not going, you will probably lose it. If you had a partner, a spouse, and they were putting up with you, they might stop putting up with you. If you had children, if you have children, they might go into state custody. And so often over-incarceration creates additional costs to the community. So I'm offering the Public Defender's Office, and we have James Tiu and Chris Knudsen from our office and myself as partners in discussions going forward about how we address these community issues, how we do it as much as possible without incarceration, but bringing some sense of community and responsibility amongst each other. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think, can I just ask you a question? I think really, if I could just focus on just the crime aspect of it, and nothing else, regardless of their residence. I think what it was is, we have identified certain individuals, now they're arrested for petty misdemeanors, and I have it. I have the rap sheet, so to speak, and so they'll get arrested for shoplifting or whatever, criminal trespass. Then they're released, and then it's 2 days later they're arrested, sometimes for the same crime, and then released again. And I have identified 8 individuals that among the 8 have been arrested and let go over 250 times. And so you would think that after, I don't know, I mean, even if you had if you had so many speeding tickets, you build up so many points that they say, you know what, you got a little problem here driving, so you're gonna have to take a little bit of break from driving. You would think that there'd be something that after so many that, there's no repercussions for them to stop, and they're not stopping. That's the hard part to understand. We're not. I can't set bail. I'm not suggesting it'd be thousands and thousands of dollars, but what do you say to a member of the public who earlier you heard some gentleman talk about it? What do you say to them when they are constantly having to spend money to fix their windows, clean up their parking lot, maybe have to buy another door or two, which is a couple $1,000s, especially if it's a glass door, and it happens all the time?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, it's a great question, and I wish I had an answer standing right here to fix those problems. It's taken us decades to get here. I can tell you that there are escalating consequences for people, but holding people in detention, especially when your detention center is almost 40% understaffed, has a vacancy rate, there is no treatment. There is almost no effective treatment in your county facility, and that's not a knock on your county. This is happening all across the state and in the Department of Corrections. And so we're slowly building things. I believe there's something like a crisis response here in Las Cruces that's run through the fire department, if I heard correctly. There are community-based organizations that are addressing this, including some of the housing issues. I don't think these are necessarily progressive solutions. We're trying to be as evidence-based as possible. I would be happy to sit down with someone, and in fact, that's what we're offering. We know that this is a longer conversation, to talk about how we can try to divert some of these people. I completely understand your frustration, and I believe it was Mr. Garcia, and the frustration of people living here and in my hometown of Santa Fe and in Albuquerque. And so I think rather than making blanket policies, especially, you know, incarcerating more people, especially before they're found guilty, some people undoubtedly have to be held in custody for the safety of the public, but that number is fairly small. We need to find those other solutions, and happy to sit down and frankly go over those lists and see what alternatives we can find.
Well, that'd be fine. Do you mind leaving your contact information with the city clerk, or I give you my card, however you want to do that?
I will leave it, sir.
I appreciate it, sir.
May I ask him a question?
Yes, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for sharing the information. Do you have any information on how many people get out because of their wealth out on bail, and how those crimes compare with the ones that don't have the means and, irrespective of the levity of the crime, are incarcerated indefinitely many times?
Well,
do you have that data?
Prior to the constitutional amendment, which made it so that people could not be held simply because they could not afford bail, it was pretty much, I mean, literally people were staying in because they were unable to come up with $50. We do have data from Albuquerque, from the University of New Mexico School of Social Research, on rearrest rates for people who are released on pretrial detention on felonies, and comparing that to the rest of the crime rate in Albuquerque. So there is data about release and how that is working, specifically related to Albuquerque. I don't have it for Las Cruces, but it's a great question.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think you've answered it. I know it's a great question I'm asking now. Yes. Mike, I'd like to see, because there are some crimes that are considered maybe a felony, maybe a misdemeanor, maybe a second degree or third degree or fourth degree felony. And so do you have data, in fact data, that shows that some of those 4-degree felony accusations, how do they compare with maybe a felony 1 or murder 1 or whatever 1? Do you have that data? I don't think you do, and I wish we did.
I think there's a pretty good amount of data that we have to collect.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that we have that particular data available.
Mm-hmm. I think that if we had that data, it would make people people would be able to understand the difference between a low-level felony, a high-level felony, compared with a low-level misdemeanor or whatever, and it would show that. And then if you had the income level of those people, of people who are detained, compared with those who are set, free because they have the $10,000 or $50,000 or $1 million because they committed multiple, felonies. I think that would be very helpful to the community to understand how bail reform was in order because of the discrepancy in the unfairness. You were being jailed because you're poor, even though you were held or detained or arrested for a low-level felony. Maybe a 4. Anyway, but thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So that was third row. Anyone in the fourth row? All of you are going to speak?
You got a couple,
okay.
Sir. Hello. Thanks. Yeah, my name is Michael Clark. I was here at the last city managers meeting. I'm the coach of Crosstown Boxing. We're established in 2014. We're on the west side, 822 Quisenberry, District 4. I have about more than 50 kids who attend our boxing club. which we also teach boxing. We help with anything they need. We do also homework or help tutoring kids who need it, or just any kids who need any help, period. My goal since I got out of the military is the community kids have to be first. I will do anything in power what I have to do for the kids. What we have forgotten in this town and what I've seen me growing up is there's nothing in this town for them to do. We cannot control addiction and suicide rate until we do something for the youth. If we don't do nothing for the youth and give them activities, they're going to fail. We're setting them up for failure. Poverty rate is killing us and it's hurting them. A child should not be held back because a parent does not have the financial means for that child to play football, baseball, or any other sport. There has to be a bond given or set by the city for these kids can submit for it. This year, we have all these kids are going to football fields. All these, we used to be packed with teams. Might only make one team with less kids, and they're going less every time because parents cannot afford to buy the helmet, what the city used to offer, the shoulder pads, what the city used to offer. So now you go tell this low-income mother who's probably working a job, maybe two, that she's got to come up with $500 for her little boy to play football. 2 years ago, I gathered as much football stuff, and I put 5 to 10 kids on the field. We're forgetting about our youth. There's nothing on the west side. There's nothing on the east side. There's nothing. All we have is Mershite. Mershite's been there since I was a kid. The Boys and Girls Club, man, that thing's been there since before my parents were kids. This is ridiculous. What are we telling our kids? These are our future. But we're telling them they're not important. We have addicts running up and down Picacho. My kids practice around there. We try, that's all we can afford. We pay almost $1,500 a month for a spot, which we took an old warehouse and we did the work to it. We tore it up as a team. 2 parents and 20 kids. We did everything there. We do our self-fundings, we do everything to keep our doors open for the kids. They told me one day, I remember a parent telling me, Mike, you can't save every child. You can't save everybody. Why can't we? Why can't we? We can try. We can put that hand out there to try to feed them. We can't make them eat. They might taste it and walk away, but we were still there trying to give it to them. I'm just asking you, what are we doing as a community for our kids? You go up on 70, there's nothing on 70. There's nothing on the west side. We're worried about gangs. How are we going to get these kids from all these down to Mershite or the aquatic center?
Sir, I have to tell you, I'm sorry you're out of time on this.
I understand, but they have something to say too because they see it.
Absolutely. Just need to state your name, please, and you can bring the microphone down.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Destiny Holguin. I am 14 years old, and I am raised by a single mother who in 2015 decided to move to Las Cruces, New Mexico. I am the oldest of 3 kids. Being the oldest comes with a lot of responsibility of knowing how to defend yourself, knowing how to defend and protect your siblings when your mother is at work. And I am held responsible for the little brothers. That is why in 2015 I decided to join Crosstown Boxing. I have realized everything my mother was teaching me, respect, discipline, and self-love, was finally being put into practice. I really loved how I was being able to put all those great qualities to use and shine in the ring. Being proud of Crosstown has given me the great opportunity to go to cities and towns I've never been to before. Great discipline and life experiences, but the great life experiences, medals, trophies, and recognition is not giving what we want to keep our doors to our gym open, the air conditioner running, the heater warm. We as a team must come together to do car washes, sell fundraising tickets, and more. Since I joined boxing, I would offer candy bars, chocolates, and aguas frescas for the exchange of a donation because I wanted my mother to drive me to boxing. I wanted pink trunks with its matching socks and shoes. Our mouthpieces, shoes, trunks aren't given to us. Las Cruces and its people of power, I am Destiny. I am 14 years old, and there are many kids doing what I'm doing. But what can you do for these children that want to do it, but because of how they are influenced by the environment they are surrounded by? How can the city of Las Cruces and its people of power support me, my team, us, and all the children accomplish our goals? Let's come together to reduce barriers and obstacles that prevent us from accomplishing our goals. We are a beautiful city with a great diverse population, and our traditions are so much beautiful. So let's take a better care of our people, who are us, the children, homeless, and drug addicts that need a little more support in accomplishing personal and professional goals. The adults are now who helped us build history, and as the future, the children as the ones building the future. That is why no one should be left behind. Thank you for listening. Sincerely, one of Las Cruces champions. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alina Castillo. I'm a sophomore at Mayfield High School. I'm also a boxer at Crosstown. Usually I get a ride home from school, but when I have to walk home from school, I cross paths with a few homeless people sometimes. They have carts full of stuff and act very possessive. It can be scary to walk past them. I have seen many needles discarded along the way. While at the gym off Picacho near the motels, there are open lots filled with garbage left behind, also little bags and needles left behind. They have started so many fires near my gym. While we run, they just stare at us. Sometimes it doesn't feel safe while we are practicing. I'm old enough to know better, but there are several kids at the gym that are young and not aware of what is going on. They could easily hurt themselves with what's left behind. I walk to practice every day because I live about 2 blocks away. In the matter of 5 minutes, many addicts and homeless people try to talk to me, and I'm always aware of my surroundings and try to get there as fast as I can. I have been asked if I need a ride before, even if I need someone to walk with me. I always say no, but I am worried about the little kids that walk around. They could get hurt by them. No one tries to help the addicts around us. They let them build up and overflow many open areas there are. No matter what the deal is, anytime we are at the gym, me and many other kids have witnessed addicts shoot up right in front of us. It has gotten to the point where they can't contain themselves long enough to go somewhere private and do it. Many addicts have walked through our gym and tried to take stuff from us. Now, if they have asked first, we would be willing to help whatever they wanted. But we are a non-profitable gym, and everything we own was from us. We made it happen. No one wants to help us because of what side of town we are on. We are known for addicts, which is wrong. About a month ago, we had an addict staying at our gym, saying he's clean and ready to turn his life around. Our coach, Michael Clark, agreed to help him. We let him stay, and all he had to do was clean the gym. And it was starting good. But about a couple weeks into that, he started to slack off, and we noticed stuff was missing. We found out he stole stuff from us and sold it for drugs. He was in need of drugs that bad he stole from kids. When he got kicked out, he trashed the outside of our gym with needles that we had to pick up. This needs to change because everything is getting out of hand and no one chooses to help our side of town. And it's getting sad. We should not have to worry about people like this. If we were able to get the same amount of help as everyone else does, everyone would want to come visit the original Las Cruces, where you would be able to find the very first houses and all the original art we have on our buildings. Our side could be just as pretty if we were able to get help with these addicts. It's up to us to make a change, and I'm hoping you are up to it too. Thank you for listening.
Sorry, Mayor, but these are just for the females who went and represented our town, our Las Cruces in Houston, Texas, and the Texas State Championships, Women Championships. These 4 ladies did. She won the Texas State Championship. I have another little girl, an 85-pounder, won it. These are all runner-ups up there. That was the first time we did that. That's the first time, but these girls raised the money to go. We don't have the funds to do it. We have to hustle everything we get. Everything we done in that building, we did it ourselves. Thank you for your time. You have a nice day.
Thank you. I just want to give you a little bit of a rundown. You know, the city has over 100 parks throughout the city. We recently, thanks to the voters, over $6 million for our East Mesa Sports Complex. We are giving $1 million to the Boys and Girls Club next year, or yes, this year. There is although it's in the county, there is a motocross track, and we used to have Club Fusion, which is where Whiskey Dick's is. That was something for the children, for the young adults under 18, and it closed because nobody used it. The city sponsors several athletic groups, soccer and baseball as well. So I appreciate your comments, and this is so far what the city's been able to do. Can we do better? Sure, we can always do better, but this is a start. So thank you again for coming here today. Good luck to you all. Okay, so that was that the 6th row? Anyone else? Yes.
Can you hear me? So my name is Jennifer Smith. I wish I could wait to talk about the cannabis buffers, but I cannot. I have to get back to work. I am the mother of 3 boys. I have a bachelor's of science in biology, a minor in chemistry. I also have a master's in exercise science. I just want to give you my background. I sent all of you an email, so thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't know how much you got to read. But my biggest concern with these buffers is you haven't decided whether or not you're going to allow outdoor cannabis use at all of these facilities. I think there's, 75 plus licensed right now, maybe more in the licensing process. There is no limit, right? My biggest concern is for my health, the health of my children, as far as inhalants. So cannabis use has been shown to decrease sperm count by 29%, delay ovulation in women by 1.7 to 3.5 days, with 1 use per week over 3 months. That's it. It decreases testosterone. It decreases luteinizing hormone. In women, that allows us to ovulate, become pregnant. In men, that allows you to produce testosterone. Okay? So you can understand why I am concerned for my boys. Not only that, it has been found to adversely affect our lungs, right? The literature review has shown that marijuana causes similar symptoms to tobacco smoking: chronic bronchitis, cough, sputum production, shortness of breath, wheezing, in those who smoke cannabis compared to those non-smoking individuals. Wang et al. Found that just 1 minute of marijuana secondhand smoke exposure in rats, because we can't do this in humans, it's not ethical right now. Okay, it's not allowed to be done in humans yet. Impaired endothelial cell function. So that is our blood vessels. It impairs it for 90 minutes. 1 minute of exposure to secondhand smoke, 90 minutes affects your blood vessels, the cells that line our blood vessels. The American Heart Association has serious concerns for cardiovascular issues with cannabis use, those who use it once or more weekly. They found that it increases stroke by 3.3-fold, okay, 3.3 times. A rise in hospitalizations and ER visits for acute myocardial infarction, atrial fibrillation. That means your atria are just fibrillating, they're not working correctly, you can't get enough blood. Has been observed in states where cannabis has been legalized. It increases abdominal and coronary artery calcification. That means hardening of your arteries. Okay? Exposure to cannabis in utero and throughout childhood and during adolescence negatively impacts brain development. And unfortunately, many of these are permanent. So I don't want to be exposed to secondhand smoke. I don't want my kids exposed to secondhand smoke. And you want to get rid of these buffers, and you haven't told us whether you're going to allow cannabis to be smoked outside at 75 plus facilities next to a single family home that I own. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so that was 4th row, I believe. How about on the 5th row? Oh, yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, Rob Cunningham. Mr. Mayor, just to start off your response to the boxing folks, you didn't mention anything about the homeless around their place, the needles, the filth, so I was curious if that concerns you at all. In reference to the criticism about the crime billboard, that actual picture I've seen personally in front of many stores. You go in front of any Dollar Tree, you're likely to see someone laid out like that with filth around them and needles and all. And you don't see that all over the country. I travel the whole country. Okay, I just spent a week in Alabama. I didn't see anything like that. I didn't even see a street beggar. My wife, who's from New York City, she don't even want to go to the store without me anymore. Okay, and we've seen stuff like that. Okay, that's, my time when she goes to the store that I'm losing. Nobody wants to do anything about it. I mean, these people, people say you gotta have compassion. They are drug addicts. Look at them. They are drug addicts. and they steal, they rob, they'll rob their own family. Okay, the article from the 28th, police spokesman stated that if you see something suspicious, give us a call. Well, coincidentally, the next day at Candlelight Park, and there was a deranged individual walking around. He was carrying 3 sticks, muttering to himself. If anyone's familiar with the area, if you walk around to the desert, you're at the back of houses. He's at houses, looking over the houses. I was in one of those homes helping an elderly neighbor. Someone called the police, and they never showed up. At least for the 2.5 hours I was there, the police never came. He went back up into the park. The kids can't go in the park to play. Obviously, he's on drugs. So, I mean, this is your city. You really got to clean it up. It's not up to the people. Okay, your priorities are wrong. June is Pride Month. Now, how much time was put into adding October now? That's not necessary. Okay, and the comment about people being able to afford bail, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. That's it.
Okay, so that was 5th row. Anyone else on the 5th row?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. So, quick comments on a recurring theme that...
I just need you to state your name, please.
My name is Zeke Rodriguez, and I'm here on behalf of CCA, Local Politics and Crime Committee. And what I'm going to discuss briefly is the recurring theme of behavioral health, okay? So, I was just at an event this weekend where I was invited to. All the behavioral health resources were invited downtown, and all of them mentioned that there's just not enough providers here. And then, you know, the next day is the Pride event, and I have no problem with gay people. I've grew up with gay people in my family. I've always had gay friends. It's not that I have a problem with that whatsoever. They've always been a part of humanity since, you know, recorded history. So the problem I have with it, though, is that 80% of them have suicidal tendencies, okay? And almost half of them commit suicide at some point in their life. So if we're going to be promoting this stuff and not having the behavioral health resources to be there for them as they struggle with behavioral health like veterans do, I think it's doing them a huge disservice, and it really shows what people really care about that community. I don't think it seems like anybody cares at all. You know, I can't imagine the type of suffering they're going through, and with 80% of them having suicidal ideations and no resources being available, not even discussing that as an issue, I think it's a very big problem, and I think it's something that we need to address. And I propose solutions for behavioral health. We can offer reciprocity for providers from out of state to come here and practice medicine. It would be a good business plan for them. It would help us get more providers out to the streets to help veterans and these people of this population. And no one else, no other legislatures, no one here at City Council I've seen for the past 10, 15 years has proposed any kind of solutions to help with the trauma. Because if you do have suicidal ideation, there's some kind of trauma-based issues going on there. So I would just say let's consider increasing the behavioral health resources by bringing reciprocity so other providers can come here and practice, and let's actually give the LGBT community a way to deal with what they're struggling with, as well as veterans. We are very short on behavioral health resources here as well. So that's it for today. I'll be back shortly to discuss the cannabis regulations as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else on the 5th row? Or 6th row, I guess it was, 6th row? No. How about 7th row? This is public participation, 7th row. Yes, Sarah.
Hello, my name is Sarah Smith. I will do both comments now because I'm not going to be able to stay long enough to get to the second item, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to come today and give you guys an update on what is going on in the neighborhood near the Desert Hope Apartments, since that is an affordable housing project that was partially funded by the City Council. I have talked recently to the people who are living in that community as well as in the apartments, and what they're seeing right now is that pretty much looks like nothing changed compared to a few months ago. I know there was a flurry of activity in June when this issue was first brought up, but what they're seeing now is that things don't look much different. So I want to give you some specific examples of what's going on, especially since the City Council is right now considering more affordable housing projects, which may include homeless housing as well. So here's some of the things that the people who are living there are experiencing. They're seeing police at Desert Hope every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. One resident person who lives nearby said they've seen them as soon as 27 minutes between police calls coming to the area there. There's a lot of trash around. There are people sleeping in tents in different places. There are people jumping the fence to sleep inside of the storage unit area that's right there as well. There was also somebody who witnessed a man with a baseball bat threatening a woman, and then he pretended to load a shotgun and shoot it at her. There are people stealing items. The police have been chasing people into the neighborhood as well. One lady who lives near Desert Hope says that it now feels so unsafe and bad in her neighborhood that her and her family will no longer go outside. And a person who is living at Desert Hope itself said that he's having a lot of problems with trying to keep people who don't live there from being in his space, from getting near his area, from throwing trash in his area. So we have a situation here that is still not working. We have a situation that has not been fixed. And we have people who are basically living like prisoners in their own home. They're scared to go outside. They're scared to leave their homes to go on vacation or anything like that because they're scared that someone's going to break into their house or damage their property. I think that there should be a prohibition on funding further these types of projects until the city can figure out how to make this work and if it is workable. The city shouldn't be allocating more funds to homeless housing, potentially creating these same problems in more neighborhoods. We've got to figure this out. So that's it on that subject. Thank you. Okay, so for the cannabis buffer zone agenda item, as a mother, I'm very concerned about the idea that you would be removing the 300-foot buffer zone between a residential neighborhood and a cannabis facility. Just as the other mother who was here mentioned, there's a lot of concerns because we don't understand what's going to happen. The city's considering allowing outdoor usage, outdoor smoking of marijuana. There are a lot of potential negative health impacts from secondhand marijuana smoke. And I'm really concerned about the city prioritizing economic things over the health and well-being of the children and the families who live here. I've been hearing from more and more parents here in Las Cruces who are saying they're starting to feel like this isn't even a city where they want to raise their family. And I know that's not what anybody here wants, but that's the direction it's going. This particular ordinance is another example of exactly that. There are already over 75 cannabis businesses registered with the city, so there is no shortage here of cannabis places or places where people can get access to cannabis, such that we need to get rid of this 300-foot buffer. I ask you to please stand up for the health and well-being of the children and the families who live here in Las Cruces by maintaining the 300-foot buffer distance between cannabis facilities and residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I do just want to point out that the city only contributed of the $6 million to Desert Hope, $500,000. So the rest was other monies that was used. Okay, so that was sixth row. Anyone else, sixth row?
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Ortega, and I'm just here to plead to maintain the 300-foot ruling between the cannabis businesses and our neighborhoods. I'm, as an educator and a
You have to
psychologist.
leave, Mr. Ortega. You can't wait until it comes before council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you can wait, that'd be great.
Okay.
You can have 4 minutes instead of 3.
Sure.
All right. Okay, that was seventh row. Anyone else? Okay, you're eighth row, but it's okay. I was gonna. No, you're good. It's kind of like the Seinfeld episode where we're good. Yes, eighth row, good.
Sorry, I couldn't tell. Hello, my name is Annalise Trujillo. Just a little background. I am a chemical engineer, master's from Columbia University, and I do have to leave, so I wanted to talk on this topic with the residential buffer. I am for removing it, but I came to offer some solutions that I have not heard anyone talk about. There are handheld carbon filters that can be used by each person who smokes that will not let any of the secondhand smoke leave the area. There is also, with issues with smell, there are commercial carbon filters that are able to filter all of that out. I understand a lot of parents who are concerned. I would be concerned as well. I just hope the city can understand that there are different types, forms of smoking, as well as different devices that make it more safe. For instance, there is vaporization that can be used for cannabis, where carbon, like the black carbon of the smoke, will not be emitted. The way those vaporizers work is that it essentially just vaporizes the medicine into a pure smoke, as well as other pure extracts, such as live rosin or rosin, do not give off as much of atmospheric aerosols as people would be concerned with. And I just wanted to talk about, it seems as though there is a big issue with what's going on in the community, especially with crime and addiction. I have also noticed going to restaurants and grocery stores, homeless people and addicts out and about. I do know that there is a trial taking place where insurance might be subjected to cover cannabis products for patients. I do think that that would be something to look at for the community, is if Medicaid would also be one of those things to provide medication for those addicts. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the 8th row. Anyone else? How about the last row? Anyone else on my left? Okay, now I'm going to go to my right. First row, looks like staff. Second row, Councilor Smith now. Third row, fourth row, fifth row. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Lonnie Montgomery. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, and I wanted to...
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Lonnie Montgomery.
Lonnie Montgomery.
Yes, sir. And Mayor, Council, I came here especially today to the Council to thank them for opening up the cannabis things going 24/7. I love the smell of the skunk around this city. It smells great. And they all, everything they emphasized when they were coming before you, they had a man with PTSD, and he said the marijuana helped him, and that's good. And I think it was Councilor Flores that said her mom and she and her grandmom, or one of you up there, said we're on medical marijuana.
Not me.
Not you, okay, I'm sorry.
It was my mother and my grandmother.
Okay.
Medical,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so when you got that, and my wife got it, and I think these ought to be given to all the people who go in to get their marijuana. It's a medical marijuana acknowledgement of disclosure. And it says they understand that cannabis may affect my coordination and cognition in such ways to impair my ability to drive, operate heavy machinery, or engage in potentially hazardous activities. It also be able to infect my lungs and so forth. And other side effects, because with meds we have to have side effects. And these include unpleasant change in mood or sensation, fatigue, mental slowness, confusion, nervousness, dizziness, cough, problem with memory or concentration, loss of motivation, palpitations, as the young lady said, fast heartbeat, dependence of addiction, and whether you believe it or not, I believe it's It goes on to other drugs. Impairment of motor skills, reaction time, physical coordination, difficulty in completing tasks, and complex task and irritability. And I think this would be good. You come in to get your marijuana here, you have to have this and sign this off. It's just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was fifth row. Anyone else on the fifth row? How about the sixth row? Seventh row? Last row. Anyone on my right?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Butler, and I wasn't actually planning on speaking now. I'm planning on speaking with the cannabis buffer, but listening to the comments that have been going on and so forth, I wanted to step forward just to address the...
You can't wait until that time?
No, I will then, but I'd like to speak now on a different issue and then come back and speak on another one. I'm a lifelong resident of Las Cruces, and what has happened to my hometown is, it's incredulous, actually. My husband, Mike, and we know you, we went to high school with you, but growing up in Las Cruces, it was always kids come first. This town supported every marching band, this town supported any children's activities, but it seems like now, with the crime rate growing up and this absolute morose that is downtown, it looks like Hurricane Ian went through El Paseo. Everything's boarded up, everything's shut down, and that's because of the crime problem. No one wants to have a business on a main street thoroughfare when you're going to have graffiti, you're going to have broken windows, you're going to have all of that. Now, being a hometown resident, I graduated Cruces High and I went to NMSU. I'm a 3-time graduate. My graduate degree is in criminal justice and research experimental statistics. By profession, I am a research statistician for criminological issues. And I can look at the law enforcement and tell you that things like broken windows theory, it's proven. And when there are business owners crying out to you saying, please come and find the people that are destroying our property, find the people that are littering it with needles and such, making it unsafe for any of their customers to come. I have personally been accosted in the past month probably 5 or 6 times by people walking up to me, cornering me next to my car, asking for money, jumping in front of my car, not moving. They're either having mental health issues or they're under the influence of something. Part of my graduate degree, I worked with what's, and the law enforcement officers will probably know, the GREAT survey, GREAT. It was the Gang Resistance Education and Training. In Las Cruces, I was part of the team that volunteered to survey all the students. This is a longitudinal survey. It has gone on for 20+ years. What we have found, more often than not, the children that grow up in homes where alcohol and drug abuse happen, they are more likely to alcohol and drug abuse themselves plus join gangs. That is, by and large, established fact. Until we look at Las Cruces and consider the effects of cannabis, the effects of not arresting and removing some of these entities that are trashing our community, this is going to keep continuing. It's not going to go away, folks. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, for public participation, make sure I didn't miss anybody who may have come in. No? Okay. Now I've got a closed meeting statement to read. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 10:30 a.m. September 26, 2022. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Corran, Bencomo, Graham, Abeta, Gondara, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff present was Jennifer Vega. Meeting adjourned she was just in for briefly 15 minutes. Meeting adjourned at 1 p.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session, only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice, which was to discuss the regularly scheduled quarterly performance evaluation of the city manager was closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 2. Okay, with that, now I get to we're coming to the acceptance of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores to accept the agenda as presented. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're going to item 8.1, which is a public hearing. So it's 2:35 p.m. The public hearing is now in session. Is there anyone here in attendance who are here to speak either for or against the approving the request for transfer of ownership of interlocal dispenser liquor license number 28032 with on-premise consumption only to Las Cruces Centauri Enterprises LLC, doing business as Ramada by Wyndham, Las Cruces Hotel and Conference Center located at 201 East University Avenue, Las Cruces, New Mexico 88005. Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. It's 2:36 p.m. And with that, entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 23-038.
So moved. Corran.
Second, Aveda.
Motion made by Councilor Corran, second by Councilor Abeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-038. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is item 8.2, Resolution 23-039.
Move to approve, Graham. Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Bencomo. And we have Rocio Gamboa, who's going to make the presentation.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Rocio Gamboa, Budget Analyst. Today I'm bringing before you a resolution to accept 1 federal grant, 9 state grants, and 2 reauthorized state grants. DFA is the granting agency for all the state grants, and they are all from the 22 New Mexico State Legislative Session, Capitol Valley. Our first grant is for the police department equipment in the amount of $160,000. This will be for funding to purchase equipment and install mobile data terminals and body cameras. The second one is for Parks and Recs Department, new skate park for an amount of $450,000. These funds are intended to be used for the new state park to be planned, built, and at the East Mesa Recreational Center. Public Works Department received fire station improvements for $200,000. The funds are intended to be used for Station 1 improvements due to security concerns as well as department needs. Public Works Department has received a grant for the Community of Hope Health Facility in the amount of $752,400. The funding is for a health facility at the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope campus in Las Cruces. These funds are intended to be used for St. Luke's Amador Health renovation. Public Works Department has received a grant for Juvenile Citation Program building improvements in the amount of $217,800. Funding is for improvements to the Juvenile Citation Program facility in Las Cruces. These funds are intended to be used for the exterior refinishing, roof improvements, and energy-efficient programs to the building. Public Works Department has received an award for police station improvements in the amount of $50,000. Fund is to plan, design, construct, expand, renovate, furnish, and equip, including finishing and parking lot for the police department building in Las Cruces. The fire department has received a grant for fire department equipment in the amount of $330,000. Funding from the this is to purchase and equip public safety vehicles and equip for the fire and police department in Las Cruces. These funds are intended to be used to purchase breathing apparatus for the fire department. Public Works Department has received a Veterans Memorial Park parking improvements in the amount of $250,000. $1,000. Funding for this are intended to be used to expand the parking lot as well as drainage and flood control at the Veterans Memorial Park in Las Cruces. Economic Department received a reauthorized grant for cinematic infrastructure in the amount of $386,561. The reauthorization funding is for infrastructure that directly supports film and digital media economic development in Las Cruces. These funds will be used as part of funding provided through a local and state leader agreement for the development of a facility. Economic Development Department received a second reauthorized grant for 22 cinematic infrastructure in the amount of $511,035.12. The reauthorization funding is for the infrastructure that directly supports film and digital media economic development in Las Cruces. These funds will be used as part of the funding provided through a local and state leader agreement for development of a facility. Public Works Department has received a grant for Casa de Peregrinos in the amount of $168,458. This will be to complete the warehouse and distribution center purchased by the City of Las Cruces of the Community of Hope campus for the use of Casa de Peregrinos food storage, processing, and distribution equipment. Quality of Life received a grant for Museums Indigenous Borderlands in the amount of $54,000, and with a cash match of $54,890 for a total of $108,890. The Las Cruces this one came from the Institute of, the granting agency was an Institute of Museum and Library Services, Museums of America. The Las Cruces Museum of Fine Art will adapt a museum exhibit into an educational resource for school-based settings. The Indigenous Borderlands exhibit will launch at the Brannigan Cultural Center in late 2022, exploring Indigenous history and culture of the borderlands in the present-day Las Cruces, New Mexico, El Paso, Texas, Ciudad Juarez, and Mexico region. The project team will collaborate with local Indigenous academics and cultural leaders to develop educational activities that complement the exhibit and augment school curricula, and design a traveling trunk as a mobile education kit loaned to schools for use by teachers. Indigenous partners will provide in-classroom and recorded talks in connection with the trunk. That shall do it for this month. Here are your council options. I will stand for questions along with Amy Basford. We also have staff available from each department today to assist.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores.
Flores was first.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Can you go back to slide 5, please? On the quality of life allocations, is the museum, I think you said that it was a traveling exhibit?
Yes.
Do you know whether?
Trunk as a mobile educational kit.
Yeah. So it's in collaboration with the schools?
Mayor and Council Member Flores, I'll leave this.
Thank you, Rocio.
Thank you, Amy.
Councilor Flores, Amy Johnson Basford for the record. This is a federal grant that we received from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. It is to develop an exhibit at the museums that will come out in late 2022. I think they've started on some of it already. And then from that exhibit, collaborate with Indigenous peoples to develop a traveling trunk that can be loaned to schools to have class programs surrounding that exhibit, have some recorded seminars or talks by the Indigenous peoples to utilize in the classroom. So for teachers to get this trunk and basically have a class ready to go out of it is the intent of the program.
And what is the duration of this project?
I'm going to defer that to Garland as to how long the exhibit, the traveling portion
and
will
how,
work.
yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor Flores. We're thinking the life is going to be at least...
Excuse me, sir, can you state your name,
I'm
please?
sorry, Garland Courts. I'm the acting administrator for the Las Cruces Museums. We're thinking about 3 to 4 years it would be the life of the traveling trunk. The exhibit itself is about a year long at the Brannigan Cultural Center, but this would supplement the exhibit and what we can bring to the schools. So we get a lot of schools that can't make it to the museums, so we're going to get to them.
I think that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Is there any possibility of it just having a, go on and on and on? I mean, just being institutionalized, indefinitely institutionalized as part of the curriculum for the schools or working in collaboration with the city?
Sure. And that's in other projects that we're going to be doing. Keep that alive. Everything's archived, so we can always have it used. It's going to include a lot of interviews with indigenous elders, various people from the community, things we've gathered through NMSU and their archives on the indigenous population in our area. So it's got a long life.
Oh, that's wonderful. So Garland, do you think it's going to be just the local community of indigenous people, or will it be all-encompassing, maybe even outside of New Mexico, or just pretty much?
Yeah. Mayor Miyagishima, Councilor Flores, we always try and do what we call kind of the borderlands.
Oh, borderlands.
So it's in, we're even talking Chihuahua, El Paso, just kind of our southern New Mexico. That's pretty much the range that we go by.
So the indigenous to this area?
Yeah,
yes.
This area.
Thank you so much, Garland. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Rosie.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Rocio, for the presentation. I think slide 3, you made mention about the funding for the skate park at the East Mesa Recreational Center. Maybe 2.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry, new skate park, yes. My question, is anybody here to answer this for me around the new skate park? So this is the grant from the legislature, yes?
Mayor and Councilor Gondara, yes.
Now, where are we at? Once you receive the money, then what would the public expect would be sort of the next steps for that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondra. My name is Kathy Matthews with the Parks and Recreation Department. We have received previously a legislative grant for design. So we are in the process of developing the scope of work for design. And with this funding, we'll be able to actually construct the park, and this is the budget we'll be designing to. The new skate park is slated to be part of the East Mesa Public Recreational Complex. It's part of the master plan, and so the general location has been identified through that master plan, and our planning and design process, which we're scoping right now, will be actually situating that park, or excuse me, that skate park within the traditional park of the complex, and designing all the way through construction documents. This funding then will be used to construct.
So I'm sorry,
Time
Ms.
frame.
Matthews, time frame. I'm just trying to get so I've had numerous people communicate with me, youth included, at a presentation that we did not too long ago. Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Flores, and I were at, and they spoke to sort of the funding and where it was at, and sort of they felt it was at a standstill. I knew that wasn't accurate, so I thought you would. I hadn't really heard in some time the update, so if you could give that update with a time frame, that would be helpful.
Correct. Thank you for the question. We do not have a designated time frame right now, but generally we anticipate being completed with the scope this month. We'll go out for proposals, probably anywhere between 60 and 90 days to receive the proposals and start negotiating the design contract. When we have the design contract, I anticipate 3 to 6 months for design, and then we start into construction. I don't have a good handle on the construction time frame, but I imagine it would be somewhere between 6 and 12 months for construction.
So possibly late spring, maybe? I mean, don't hold our breath, but it's okay.
For starting design, that would be correct.
So, Ms. Matthews, so related to, okay, so that's one project, but we also received funding, right, to update the current skate park. And I know that y'all are working through that, and we're closer to doing that. But what I'm concerned about, and maybe we can talk later about it, is that when those renovations occur at the old skate park, you're going to shut that down. So where are the kids going?
Correct.
I know it's sort of a loaded question, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondra, I will answer, as always, truthfully. Yes, the existing skate park will be shut down. We will shut it down as briefly as we possibly can. We will not have a new skate park per se open at the same time. That said, we are working with the developer in the Metro Verde subdivision on a new park that is nearing completion of construction that has some skatable elements.
Okay.
So we have several skate projects in process right now, and I do not anticipate ever being without a place to skate.
Oh gosh, Kathy, that is so good to hear, because I know that the youth are very concerned about not having anything at all, and then being out in the plaza and other places that they probably shouldn't be skating at to begin with. So would there be a possibility of not only having that particular park with the elements, but maybe some others that there are those where you could purchase, right, temporary sort of, I don't know what they're called, structures, I suppose, that we can put all over the city? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondra, those types of elements do exist.
Yes.
The thing I struggle with is finding an actually suitable place to locate them in a city park over which we have control.
Plus, you have to have the proper,
like the
well, not
skate up, the
asphalt,
skate
but
down.
yeah. So I'm recommending that we try to do that as much as possible, that the kids don't go without something like that. And Metro Verde is pretty far for a lot of kids, but since we're working on zero fare, we might have, educate the kids on being able to take the bus and getting them over there and, transporting them to and from. But I just wanted to bring, because when I heard it, I was like, oh, I need to ask those questions, and wanted to take the opportunity. So thank you for answering.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary. Those are all my questions.
So I've got a question on the skate park. I thought that the city was going to build something right next door to it so that there would be continuous ability to skate with the riders. I thought specifically that Sonia and David, and I know we brought Ikani on board. This is kind of relatively new when he came on board. What happened to that plan?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Ikani has his light on. Do you want?
Please.
Mayor Miyagashima, City Council, Ikani Tomapiao, Assistant City Manager. So there's been talks with the skate group, and so when that was proposed, instead of what the group and Parks and Rec settled on was, instead of dividing and splitting the funds and having, because that's how initially started, was there was going to be a park adjacent that was going to do a continuous, and then there was going to be this new grant awarded park. And so what the group with Parks and Rec settled on was, instead of splitting the funds, is to combine the funds and make a better park on one side. And so the skate park was okay with that. And sorry, Mayor, I thought we had brought you up to speed on that, just to let you know that we're all on the same page, but that was the latest on that. So I don't know if you were referring to that, but That's what
Yeah,
happened.
no, that's what I was referring to. Well, that sounds good, Ikani. So let me just clarify this. So the skateboard riders, the group that we had been working with nonstop, seems like, they're okay with this setup?
Yes, they were okay with the setup.
Okay, good.
So now, that's what they said at the time. Today's a different day, and they're not here to speak for that. But I just wanted to let you know is they were okay with that, and what the trade-off is during the time of construction, they were trying to look for something to keep their group busy, but as things were getting delayed with the award, it wasn't going to be much of an impact because there's going to be delays even if we were to create an additional park, a new park for them too. So this is where we settle.
Because this other park that they're talking about in Metro Verde, I mean, that's a little bit of a ways away. But if you're good, I'll just remind them if they ever contact me that you guys have, well, yeah. I'll just tell them, hey, when I left, when that thing was over, we were done because everyone was happy with it. So, okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We will also be meeting with the skate folks next week. We have a meeting set up with them.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you. I appreciate the update. Okay. Anybody else? Members of the public have any questions on this issue, this item? Okay. Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-039. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Benjomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay. Item 8.3, Resolution 23-040.
Move to approve. Graham.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Beta. And Kevin Wilson will be presenting. It's been a while since you've presented.
Yes, it has. I'm looking up there. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Wilson. I'm with Economic Development and Family and Neighborhood Services. Today I'm before you to discuss exceptions to the Home Rehabilitation Handbook. We're asking that you approve a substantial rehabilitation to the residents at 235 Virginia, and in approving that exception to allow the grant limits defined in the Home Rehabilitation Handbook of $88,000 to be increased to $115,000. This is in order to maintain affordability for the residents by reducing the cost burden of excessive mortgage. An appraised value of the home after all of the renovations will be done was taken and given to us at $129,000. Our original approved funding was $88,000. Our lowest bid came in from multiple contractors, and we received a bid in the amount of $105,266.44. We've asked for an additional $9,400 in relocation and contingency estimates, and the amount of the exception we're requesting is approximately $27,000 for a total estimated cost of $115,000. I've provided a couple of pictures of the homes to give an idea of the advanced state of disrepair that the home is in. Unfortunately, the homeowner and his caregiver just had to leave, but I was hoping that they could be part of this. Anyways, the homeowner lives alone in the home and suffers from cancer and is living in what any one of us would declare as deplorable conditions. And your council options are to vote yes, no, amend, or table. And at this time, I'd like to know if you have any questions for me.
Kevin, I put this on the agenda for non-consent so that some of our new council members can see. This is a great program that the city works in conjunction with HUD and community development, and it's just really a great opportunity to help some of our residents to be able to do this. So I appreciate you in the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Graham. Councilor Flores.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Kevin, Mr. Wilson. Can you go back to, I think, page 4? I'm sorry, page 3? So what is what does it mean when the statement relocation and contingency estimates costs $9,400? I know what $9,400 means, but what is that?
So as part of the Uniform Relocation Act, anytime there's a displacement of a residence as a result of the spending of federal money, we have to also provide for the housing of that person. And so housing costs have gone up quite a bit. We asked for that, but the majority of that $9,400 is kept there in the event of change orders. When you go that deep into a home and you start opening up walls, as thorough as we are with our work write-ups, the inability to see through walls always winds up with a couple of change orders. We want to make sure that the contingency money is there in that event. Any money that is not used for the project is returned to the project funds for future projects.
And Mr. Wilson, what happens if you do find funny things behind those walls and extensive work has to be done that wasn't anticipated or otherwise allocated for?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, at that time the contractor is required to provide us with quotes and estimates from his subcontractors for the amount of work and labor and materials that will be involved, and it goes through a staff review and is approved at the level of the director and my direct supervisor, as well as the homeowner.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-040. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.4, Resolution 23-041.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Graham. And Donnie Procise will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors, members of city staff. Donnie Procise, contract analyst for the Financial Services Department's purchasing program. Before you today is a resolution to award a contract for film economic development services to Film Las Cruces. On May 9th, 2022, in accordance with Las Cruces Municipal Code, Chapter 24-7, the purchasing manager approved a sole source determination for Film Las Cruces in relation to film economic development services. The proposed agreement is for an initial term through June 30th, 2023, with one-year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $95,000 annually, subject to annual renewal and approved budget appropriations. The agreement with Film Las Cruces provides promotion, film permitting, workforce development, local vendor support, and marketing services to the city of Las Cruces. Film Las Cruces meets the sole source requirement as they are the only firm dedicated to the development and growth of the film industry specific to Las Cruces and the surrounding area. And for the past 7 years, Film Las Cruces has been a contributing factor in the attraction of film productions to Las Cruces. With that, these are your council options, and I will stand for any questions.
Well, that was quick. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for your presentation. Why is it only a one-year renewable? Do you know? Is that standard, or is it?
Mayor Miyagishima, Councilor Flores, our contract terms can vary usually anywhere between 3 and 5 years, but the end user department may be able to speak more competently as to why we went with 2. I'm afraid I would have to defer to them on that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Elizabeth Teeters, and so we have 3 service agreements with 3 different partners, and we generally do 2 to 3-year service agreements. So this is just one that we did for 2 years.
Would it be renewable after the first renewable year?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, yes, we'll go through the same process we went through this year to, because we came to the end of the service agreement, so we started the process all over again.
I see. Can you go to page 3, please. The last bullet, the third bullet, for the past 7 years, Film Las Cruces has been a contributing factor in the attraction of film production to Las Cruces. Shouldn't it be has been the sole factor? I'm just saying. They work awfully hard. Do we have other entities attracting film production in Las Cruces? Educate me.
Mayor Miyagishima, Councilor Flores. In addition to the services provided by Film Las Cruces, I believe I would have to mention the efforts through New Mexico State University and the Doniana Community College. They have their film media school. I believe there are also some other local community groups that have also had kind of a part to play in attracting productions, but Film Las Cruces has been a major part of it, yes.
So I think I would have been really happy if it would have been, if it would have read has been a major factor, only because that's when we started seeing, a lot of things happening, and now we have 28 productions here too. So, but otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else? How about members of the public? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-041. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.5, Council Bill 23-005, ordinance number 3011.
To approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Bencomo. And David Ware will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This case is a zone change for a property on the corner of Farney and El Paseo. This is an aerial photograph of the area. The area in red is the property for the rezoning. Just to give you some of the background information and current conditions, the property is located at 801 East Farney. It's approximately a 4-acre parcel of property. The current zoning on the property is R3 and C3. This was based on a previous proposal of the property, and the reason for the request is to remove some of the conditions and number of units that could be used for the property. From an Elevate Las Cruces perspective, it's located within the urban neighborhood place type, and it's also a property that's been targeted for redevelopment through the El Paseo Community Blueprint. The proposal for the property and the purpose of the zone change is to allow the development of a senior apartment complex. Currently, the R3 has a cap of 60 units. The proposal is for 80 units to be put onto the property. Just to go back through, these two slides provide that information I just went over. As you can see, the zoning, there's currently some C3, R3, PUD, R1. It's adjacent to 2 single-family neighborhoods directly south and to the west. To the east is the Fringer Park area, and then you get into some mix of uses. To the west is and north is Las Cruces High School. So it's kind of a mixed-use area to give its character and background. Again, the proposal is to rezone it from R3, C3C with conditions, move it to a straight R3 zoning, which is a multifamily, medium density intensity use. It would remove all the commercial uses that were previously approved, I believe, in 2015. As stated earlier, the zoning fits into the recommendations and policy for both Elevate Las Cruces and the El Paseo Blueprint. Just as a matter of practice on a project of this size, the city's does encourage early notification. This was done earlier the year by the applicant. They had a meeting with any interested parties. And they had an opportunity to discuss what any issues they may have with their future development. This is just for information purposes. This is one way that the property could be developed. This would be the senior units or apartments. There are approximately 74 proposed for that, and then 3 duplexes in this area. There would be a clubhouse facility, and then there are also some parking facilities throughout the site. Now, this is just for illustrative purposes. They haven't actually submitted a permit for the property. This is, again, the existing conditions. There is an existing farmhouse on it, but the majority of the property is vacant and in the past has been used for agricultural purposes. Both the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff, when they reviewed the proposal, they found that there were no health, safety, or public welfare issues. They found the proposed use and zoning compatible with the existing uses and neighborhoods. Again, it was found in compliance with not only the 2 plans already mentioned, but it also is compliance with the city's infill policy of encouraging use of underutilized properties. And then there was some of the specific policies basically providing a mix of housing type, a variety of styles in the area, encouraging increased density along that corridor and part of the town, excuse me, the city. Again, public notice has taken place for both the Planning and Zoning Commission and today's meeting. There, as I noted earlier, there was a neighborhood meeting. There was some discussion about traffic, the impacts to adjacent park, and transition of uses. The project itself proposes access to the park. The property was already zoned for commercial and apartment uses, and so traffic has already been anticipated for development of that property. At the hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the zone change by the 6-0 vote. Again, some of the findings that they found was that the property is vacant, that the senior housing projects would fit into the character of the neighborhood, and that it also meets the intent the city has put forward in their land use planning. Again, it's an infill property, so you have an opportunity to increase density in that area and meet the needs of the city for a variety of housing types. And then it, again, meets the goals of the various plans and also the criteria for decision on zone changes. And so that leaves you with your options. You can vote yes and approve the zone changes recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. You could vote no. If that's the case, you would have to come up with your own findings for that reason, or you could place additional conditions or table it. The applicants are present here, and they've also provided some information if you have any questions for them.
Councilor Abeyta and Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Given the information that we were given in our packet and doing the review, this area is underutilized and part of a larger plan that I know that we've been focusing on with the revitalization of Tony Gomez Park and Fringer Park as well. And even in those plans, there was a design element to look to the future and do things like slow down traffic and make it more pedestrian friendly for some of these open spaces. So I am pleased to see that there is an applicant for this property to develop it. And most of the comments by the neighborhood outreach were positive, I would say. There was just a few issues with the traffic, and then most of them were saying that they preferred not having it as a commercial and more of a residential. So I was glad to see that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ware, for the presentation. I'm very excited about this project. I think it's very needed. I know today we're just discussing this zone change. Will we get an opportunity to get to see the plan more laid out? Is that going to come back to us or no?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, it's not anticipated that would come back to you. Okay. That's something that can be done administratively. And what we're often told is when that situation is brought forward, it provides it helps them get their financing in place and move the project forward. So it's a good thing.
So then I just had a sort of one question or request, I guess, David, and I'm wondering how we can best do this, but I would like to see the development, you know, not include parking lots facing El Paseo or Farney, right? Instead of, I just feel like we see so much development right now, and we're trying to get away from that, especially on El Paseo, where we see more of the buildings closer to the street. That still provides safety and, you know, noise protection for the residents, but less parking on the outside.
Sure. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, your sentiments were reflected at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and even previous to that, staff did. We've been working with the applicant project manager of this, and we have shared that with them. They have worked on their site plan, and between where they place buildings and the landscaping, we think we can meet those comments that you made.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. No more comments from council. Did you want to have the applicants present what they like? I think there's maybe one or two members of the public that wanted to also talk.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tom Manschreck. My wife Barbara and I own Thomas Development Company, the applicant. Our business address is 420 West Main Street in Boise, Idaho. We've been in the affordable housing development business for 32 years now and are currently active in Idaho, Montana, Arizona, and New Mexico. I will say a couple of things. One is the staff has done an excellent job of looking at all of the issues associated with what's happening in this growing, vibrant city. Having done this for, as I said, 32 years, we see cities that are kind of on the way down and cities that are on the way up. And we would not be here in Las Cruces if we didn't see Las Cruces looking toward the sky in lots of different ways. Let me also say that staff, from every single person we have met with, we've had 2 or 3 meetings with fire and police and everybody and anybody. And while we haven't always heard exactly what we wanted to hear, nor do we expect to, even though we ask, your staff has universally been receptive. Has been a good steward of the city's zoning ordinances and comprehensive plan, and importantly, the Elevate Las Cruces and the El Paseo corridor. They've been very, very mindful of doing as much as we possibly can to make this a positive impact on those 2 plans and not a negative. Staff report is thorough, it's complete. I have just one clarification. The initial submittal was for 80 units, 74 of which would be affordable, regulated by the low-income housing tax credit and home regulations. We have subsequently decided to make all 80 units affordable, regulated by those various requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, and the current landowner is here too as well.
Okay, great.
We're in contract to purchase and expect to close the first part of November. If things go as we anticipate, we'll be starting construction April, May of next year.
Okay. We have Councilor Flores, who has a question.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Thank you for the information just presented. You say there's going to be 80 affordable units.
Yes, yes, Councilman Flores.
What does affordable mean to you?
Affordable is 30% to 60% of area median income. That is a statistic that is used throughout the affordable housing industry, whether it's low-income housing tax credits or home or the ARPA money that is now flowing into states and counties. That those income numbers are determined by HUD annually, and for our rent range of 30% to 60% area median income, the incomes for 2022 range from $9,500 per year on the low for a 1-person home rented at 30% area median income to about $40,000 per year for a two-person, husband and wife, renting an apartment at 60% area median income. Those numbers are regulated by HUD and published each year. Some years they go up, some years they go down. The rents, this is a mixture of 1 and 2 bedroom units. The rents for the 1 bedroom, based on 2022 numbers, range from $307 a month on the low to $800 a month on the high. The 2 bedroom rents are $370 per month for a 30% income and $980 for a couple family that's making $40,000 per year. The market study we had prepared, which is now about 9 months old, shows market rents in Las Cruces for similar properties. Again, the 1 bedroom range is $307 to $800 a month. The market study concluded that without the income and rent restrictions, the rent for that apartment would be $1,000 a month. So 20 to 70% higher than what we will be renting for. The 2 bedroom apartment rent was determined to be $1,200 per month as compared to $370 to $980 that we're providing.
And are those amounts, are they locked into a lease agreement, or how is that going to work? Because invariably there's going to be, quote, inflation, you know, that funny word that just floats around.
Councilperson Flores, members of the council, excellent question. As I said, HUD determines, based on economic data that HUD pulls from a variety of sources, what the area median income is in each county or each metropolitan statistical area each year. Some years those incomes go up. If the incomes go up, the rents go up too. If the incomes go down, then the rents go down.
So my concern is that, I think it's wonderful. Well, thank you for doing this, but my concern is that rents for this reason or that reason, you know, just different economic reasons, rents will go up. So what assurance do renters have under these circumstances?
I'm sorry?
You would like me to chip in there? Okay. Mayor and Council Flores, David Weir again. The city administers the HUD programs for the city, and so we'll be a partner on this project. And as a part of that, we always include with those agreements that we have an affordability period and also the opportunity to assure that those rents are meeting the guidelines of HUD. So like I said, there will be an agreement between the city and the developer for the development of this project.
But well, there'll be agreements, but what happens to the tenant? Where does the tenant come in? I mean, how does that, the person who thought that she, you know, would be paying, they would be paying $307 or maybe $800 if it's a couple, all of a sudden they're hit with the rent going up. So is that going to be stabilized, or how is that going to happen?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, just like any apartment unit, they will enter into an agreement to rent those units, and so they'll have their tenant renter rights. In addition to that, since there are HUD funds, the city will do periodically go through and inspect and make sure that the conditions of the agreement and development are taking place, and so we'll have that additional safeguard. And in addition to the city's oversight, they'll want to make sure that they meet the HUD deadline so that they wouldn't lose any of their funding for this project or future projects either. So there's several forces at stance. And then,
but will tenants be told that there's a possibility or probability of rents going up? And what would that margin be?
Councilperson Flores, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, another great question. If you've been reading the news, it's not difficult to see that rents, apartment rents around the country are increasing in almost every market. The wow factor of the rents in the Phoenixes and Dallases and Miamis of the world and market rents. I just saw a survey, for example, in Albuquerque, market rents, so back to the market study showed that the market rents without the income and rent restrictions for our one-bedroom units would be $1,000 a month and $1,200 for our two-bedroom units. If all we were building were 80 market rate units, and the rent escalation in Las Cruces next year was 25%, like it was in Albuquerque last year, 1,000 becomes 1,250, and 1,250 becomes whatever, 14 something or other. With the regulations and the incomes and rents established by HUD, yes, if the economy is improving and Social Security payments go up and all other sources of income, many of our residents are also, in our senior communities, are receiving a pension from a place of prior employment. Some of those pensions have cost of living increases in them. Some of them have automatic increases. So yes, if the economy is doing well, HUD will, generally speaking, although they don't always get this figured out, then you know, the area median income in this area may go up 4% next year, and if it goes up 4%, rents would go up $6 or $7, $10.
I see. So, okay.
So just because market rents have gone up, by example, in Albuquerque, 25% the last year, I've been doing this for 32 years, I've never seen HUD move incomes, and unless incomes move up, rents don't move. So I've never seen HUD increase incomes remotely close to 25%.
Okay. Thank you.
Not saying they won't, because I'm not HUD.
No, I know that's perfect. You just finished off beautifully because you finally answered my question. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much. But yes,
You grilled the last guy too, so I was ready for you.
Well, bring them on. Bring them on. No. Thank you, seriously.
No, they're great questions that I didn't mean to be flippant.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes a little levity is good at these hearings when they last for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ernstad?
Manschreck. Ersted is the architect.
Oh, okay.
It's Thomas Development instead of Manschreck, because Thomas is a lot easier for you all to say. So,
well, I was just more interested in Boise, Idaho, and what happened to your Boise State football team, because they used to be a powerhouse, and then But we'll get to that. We'll get to that at another time. I don't know.
We pulled the plane out of a very steep nosedive on Friday night in the second half. The first half, I was about ready to turn the TV off, but.
So getting back to where Councilor Flores was at, just out of curiosity, so we have a lot of single retirees that are on a Social Security, and I'm just using 20,000 as an example. Would they be able to? Would you be getting some funding from maybe say Section 8 or something that they pay a portion and then you get the rest from HUD?
Great question, Mr. Mayor, and all of the properties we develop, we welcome Section 8 vouchers and Section 8 rental assistance. It's important to point out that these are not HUD subsidized properties, so the ability to rent nice new stuff at these rents comes from the low-income housing tax credit from help from the city of Las Cruces, so that our must-pay debt is maybe 25% of the total development costs, or on the market rate apartment community, of which we do a few, it may be 75 or 80%. So lower mortgage payments makes lower rents work. But we do welcome Section 8 rental assistance, and in our average senior complex that's developed very similar to the way we're doing this one, I would say maybe 15 to 25% of our residents are receiving some portion of their rent paid by Section 8 vouchers. Won't say our exclusive resident profile, but the vast majority of our residents, and we used to just build one-bedroom senior apartments because we didn't think we were going to have couples, and now we build some twos. The resident profile is very typically a single woman who has been either widowed for a little while or quite a while, is moving into an apartment out of the home where she and her husband raised their family, whether it was in town or on the farm. They've likely never lived in an apartment before, and the substantial source of their income is Social Security, with perhaps some survivor benefits from a pension from a prior place of employment.
Okay, sounds good. The other question I was going to suggest, I can tell you how you can probably cut 6% of your costs immediately. I don't suppose you're going all electric when you're building this, are you? Because our gas meters are a little on the high side, but not that I'm not promoting gas, but I mean, if you want to save some costs, all electric is kind of the way to go. I don't know where you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I met Mr. Kurtz by phone about 12:30.
Was that who you were pointing at?
And he was an all-electric advocate. I will say that Thomas Development has been an environmental champion, if you will, in affordable housing. We developed the first LEED Platinum apartment communities in Idaho and Montana. Our website resume shows 9 such developed communities. And without getting more deep into the weeds than I already have been, affordable housing developers are required annually to prove up what the actual utility consumption of the units are, so they're built well and they're maintained well. And our actual consumptions are always below Public Housing Authority published numbers or Rural Development published numbers. And yes, we found in the bigger buildings, like the 74-unit building, that it's, in the last couple of years, it's much more cost effective for us, and it's expense neutral to the residents, to rather than having 74 air conditioners and 74 heaters and 74 hot water heaters in each of the units. We're now doing central systems, and I don't pretend to be an engineer, but those who advise me on this stuff say you really have to go electric rather than natural gas. So this development has been designed as all electric from day one.
I just say that because just to keep the costs down, as Councilor Flotis was pointing out, and we want to make sure, and I think you'll have no problem renting this out. It'll be rented out very fast.
Yeah, the market studies showed essentially no vacancy in the age and income profile in this town.
And I say that just because it'll keep the cost down. I mean, years ago, I did a little fourplex, and I tried to find out, and this was back in the mid-2000s, and I'm sorry, we get no discount. I mean, we have to pay full price for those gas meters, and I went all electric. So anyways, just a point there.
Let me also point out that we will introduce as robust a solar component as we can. We're not into the weeds on the technology on that yet, but I'm going to get this guy's business card from El Paso, and we're very committed. It's just part of the growth and evolution of our environmental commitment as a company.
Oh yeah, no, Eric and his team will help a lot. They'll share with you how to keep the cost down, and so they don't have to build any more power plants. That'd be good. Okay, so if there's nothing further, any members of the public wish to speak? Oh. Don? So this is the fellow you were talking to then? Okay. Usually he wears a shirt with an electric bolt on there, but not today. I thought that was funny. Nobody laughed with that.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, councilors. It's great to be here. My name is Don Kurtz. I live on 2952 Missouri here in Las Cruces. And first I want to say, needless to say, I'm completely in support of this project. This is a very high quality developer, and we all know that lower income housing for seniors and others is really important in our community. So this is a great thing. The reason I'm here particularly is because it gives us a chance to remember the prescient resolution that you all passed last December, requiring that city buildings and buildings subsidized by the city be all electric. And second, that resolution specifically called on the Sustainability Office and Housing and Neighborhood Services to accelerate the adoption of beneficial electrification in new low and moderate income housing. And that's the kind of housing we're talking about today, and that's the kind of housing the developers indicated will in fact be all electric. And, you know, I think all of us appreciate the concerns of administrators and providers that housing be affordable to build and also for the people who live there, and that the developers can make their costs pencil out. And I think as Mr. Manshek indicates, that time is here now. That all of these factors are coming together. A wide variety of recent studies, several of them summarized in a one-pager put together by Phil Simpson that I emailed all of you about 1 p.m. today, so you'd have it for our discussion. They all show that construction and ongoing operating costs are now lower in our region for all electric construction than for buildings that incorporate gas. And that's primarily true due to the elimination, as the mayor indicated, of gas infrastructure costs, which are quite expensive, and of no longer needing to put in a furnace and air conditioning, but in fact using a single high-efficiency heat pump for both heating and cooling, and the technologies of which are rapidly increasing every year. We're also coming to realize that electric buildings are much safer and healthier for residents. As part of the email I mentioned, I included a white paper done by Renee Frank, a local realtor, about some of the health concerns associated with gas stoves, which include much higher rates of asthma in people who live in or have grown up in homes with gas stoves. And in the last year, a study by Stanford University indicated this is true whether your stove is burning or not, because of the high level of leakage of methane from the joints into the homes. And it's associated with a wide range of pollutants that we would not accept in the outdoor air, but people are experiencing in the indoor air. So I'm here today to thank you for that resolution you did, to remind you of its importance, the importance also of requiring that it be followed by staff, and of the importance of your reviewing low and middle income housing proposals that come before you very carefully to make sure all electric construction has been seriously considered and, if at all possible, adopted. The bottom line is we don't want to penalize lower income residents by tying them to an unsafe, unhealthy, and uneconomical technology, because we have not required or asked our providers to keep up with the latest trends in the energy industry, which the gentleman here today is obviously doing. So thanks to the council's foresight, city policy is now set to make an important difference on both climate and the people you serve. The Thomas Development Company, whose project's under consideration today, has a strong record in this area, and it's a great day, really. I'm very happy about this, and I'm hopeful all of us can work closely together to get a high-quality, all-electric development in place, not just there, but in all of our other locations. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Don. Anybody else? And then, David, they also, since it's an infill project, they get a lot of the fees waived, don't they?
They can request that their building permit fees be waived.
I'm sorry, what?
They can request that their building permit fees be waived.
They haven't requested it yet?
They haven't submitted the permit. So.
Oh, okay. See, we keep trying to save you money there. So. All right, so if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3011. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.6, Council Bill 23-006, ordinance number 3012.
Move to approve. Graham. Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Bencomo, and Catherine Harrison Rogers will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I am here to discuss an ordinance that would approve several code amendments related to recreational cannabis. Just a little bit of history. I know that some of you on this particular council are new and weren't part of the original approval for this, but I do want to let you know kind of where we were and where we've come. So back in April 2021, the state of New Mexico did adopt the Cannabis Regulation Act that allowed local jurisdictions to control the time, place, and manner, including density of recreational cannabis in the state of New Mexico. In September of 2021, cannabis uses were actually added to our own zoning code. And then in April, retail sales of recreational cannabis began. In terms of the zoning, cannabis retail and micro businesses are allowed in all of our commercial zones. Cannabis industry, meaning those that do extraction, manufacturing, production, are allowed in our industrial zones. Research laboratories and facilities are also allowed in our industrial zones. And then there is a provision for micro businesses that are a home-based business, and those are allowed in some of our agricultural type single-family zones with a special use permit. We do have some conditions associated with cannabis. Cannabis uses currently are required to be 300 feet from schools and daycares. Retailers and micro businesses must be 300 feet from single-family residential zones, 300 feet from other retailers, and then there's no consumption allowed in C1. Further, if they request to be closer to those single-family residential zones or other retailers, a special use permit is required. In cannabis industries, those conditions are really related just to the amount of retail space that's allowed. And then in those home-based businesses, those micro businesses, there are several conditions that do apply having to do with how close it's located to other residential structures, has to be in an accessory structure, et cetera. So some of the issues over the past year that we have encountered or related to cannabis is that like uses such as alcohol retail sales, pharmacies, bars, things of that nature, have no buffers that are similar aside from the school and daycare buffer. They don't have buffers to single-family residential zones. They also don't have buffers between one another. What we've also noted is that we haven't seen any additional or unique land use impacts associated with retailers or micro businesses that have triggered any sort of code enforcement complaints. So for example, we haven't noticed any additional traffic to these particular retailers or other types of issues that normally come with these types of land uses. One of the things that we have heard over and over again from the industry is that there are siting issues, specifically because most of our commercial corridors back right up to single-family residential zones, and therefore they're being forced into applying for a special use permit to deviate from those buffers. So we've had 6 special use permits specifically related to the distancing between single-family residential zones and cannabis retailers. We've had a couple of variances as well, but those are specifically related to schools and daycares, and they're not part of what we're discussing today. We also have several in the queue to try to basically deviate from those specific buffering issues related to the single-family residential zones. Something to note, we've actually had no requests for deviations to buffers between retail uses and other retail uses related to cannabis. What we've heard from the industry and from those people that are the commercial realtors, that oftentimes there are clauses related to the distancing anyway. They often have that for all sorts of uses, not just specifically cannabis. One other item that we have encountered when we did adopt our original cannabis provisions is that there was a table that was inadvertently omitted during the repeal and replace period that we would like to add back because it's related to some development standards. That table exists elsewhere in the code, but this specifically is a reference table that we want to re-include. It has nothing to do with cannabis, it was just inadvertently omitted. So one of the analyses that we did, this map I know is somewhat hard to read, has to do with that 300-foot buffer that's currently required between cannabis retailers and micro businesses and single-family zones. So you can see here that the red, and some of it is obscured by this sort of light blue color, are all of the commercial properties, the zoned commercial properties that touch the buffer. You can see that it runs along many of our major corridors. So this is Telshore. We have several along Main Street and Highway 70. Valley Drive is another one that's affected. Again, a big area in Main Street and a number of other commercial corridors in town. Should be noted that over 1,000 commercially zoned properties are affected by this particular buffer. So let's go into the specific amendments that we're talking about today. What staff is recommending is that the design standard table that was inadvertently omitted during the original zoning for cannabis, that be added back. That's section 38-32. We're also asking that one sentence be deleted from 3853 conditional uses, which establishes that 300-foot buffer from cannabis retailers and micro businesses to single-family zones, as well as that 300-foot buffer between those cannabis retailers and micro businesses. We are not touching the buffer between schools and daycares and cannabis uses. That will remain in place. One of the other recommendations is that section 38-54, which is related to special use permits, that we delete that provision that allows a special use permit to reduce cannabis buffers as established in that conditional zoning section. So this did go to Planning and Zoning Commission for a recommendation to Council. That occurred August 23rd, 2020. There were 2 members of the public that spoke in support of those changes. There was no one in opposition to those changes, and that was recommended for approval unanimously. We do have 1 commission seat vacant, which is why it was only 6. And it was based on the following findings. The Cannabis Regulation Act legalizes recreational cannabis and timelines for production, manufacturing, sale, and use of cannabis, and permits local jurisdictions to regulate the time, use, and manner of cannabis. The amendments as proposed meet the intent of Elevate Las Cruces and are akin to existing uses and those anticipated impacts that are currently outlined in the zoning code. The land use impacts of cannabis retail businesses as compared to other types of retail businesses are de minimis. We have not noted that there is any unusual impact related specific to cannabis retail. They seem to be identical to any other retailer, such as a pharmacy or a specialty retailer out there. Several commercial corridors within the city abut single-family residential zones, unduly restricting the location of these cannabis retailers. So your options today are to vote yes to approve, to vote no to deny, yes with conditions, or vote to table. I do want to make some clarifying comments. I know that during public comment, there were some comments related to outdoor consumption of cannabis. That is not under consideration at this time. That is not what these particular amendments do. And currently, cannabis can only be consumed indoors at a licensed facility in the C1 and C2 districts. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions related to this. And I know that, of course, there's several members of the public that I believe are interested in speaking as well.
Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Corran. I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Councilor Beta was first.
Yeah, Councilor Beta, Bencomo, Corran. Be good.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Just to start out, was this deviation, is this being led by staff, or was this due to industry requests?
You know, I do have to say that it's a little bit of both. We have had a lot of commentary from the industry, but this is not necessarily triggered because they said, hey, you must do this. Ultimately, what we've noticed just during the processing of business registrations, having our weekly meetings with the cannabis industry, and then just knowing what we know about land use impacts is that there's been really a surge in special use permits, and usually what that tells us, it means that there's something wrong with our code. So if you have a lot of requests for variances, if you have a lot of requests for special use permits, if you have a lot of requests for any other deviations, we do have some minor deviations that can occur administratively. When you see a pattern, that usually indicates that there's a problem, and so that's one of the reasons that we're bringing this forward.
Okay, thank you. And with those special permits, how many have been approved?
So all of them.
all of them? So there's
Yes, so
been
we've had
5.
6 requests that have actually gone to planning and zoning. All 6 have been approved, essentially unanimously. The variances are slightly different because those are specific to schools and daycares. One was approved here at council. There was another one that was approved as well. So.
Okay, thank you. And when we talk of schools and daycares, does that also include the at-home providers that do the in-home childcare?
So that's an excellent question. So if they are registered with us, yes, they are listed.
Okay, and so they would still need to have the 300 feet buffer if they are a registered entity?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, as we were looking at that, have we ever done any considerations of different types of overlay zones to accommodate some of these areas that we see the commercial and residential?
So that's an excellent question. At this point in time, we haven't necessarily contemplated under our current zoning regulations overlay zones to accommodate this particular industry. And I would caution that maybe we would have to look uniformly at similar types of industries or impacts and not just cannabis if we were to do something like that. Moving forward with Realize Las Cruces, however, we are contemplating a different sort of look and feel to how we deal with zoning, mixed-use zones, and we are looking at mixed-use corridors, things of that nature. But it's going to be much more general, and it's not going to be specifically dealing with cannabis.
Okay, thank you. And this is a new industry. It's a new changes across the board, and so I know that there's a lot of moving pieces, even though we have said that, you know, outdoor consumption isn't on the table right now. We have a survey out about it. And so in some ways it feels like some of the pieces are moving very quickly and maybe not quite in an order that that necessarily flows well together, because for me an outdoor consumption usage would impact how I view if I want it a residential, because at the base any sort of substance is a consent issue to me on if you're choosing to use it. And so if it's next to residentials, that's also consent with other people around, and we've been thinking about that. So I'm curious on, even though I know it's not here today, if there is an order or process that we're thinking about for those other issues down the line, and if we do have other changes that we're going to be seeing before us.
So those are excellent questions. At this point in time, again, we're not moving forward with any amendments related to outdoor consumption. We've just been gathering information to see what the pulse on that is. It's been very much a mixed reaction to that. I think that if the council was interested in moving forward with any other changes or modifications to things such as this, we could consider those specific impacts and whether those needed additional conditions associated with them. In terms of how staff is moving forward with just looking at these, this is a new industry, again, as you had pointed out, and ultimately we're just seeing kind of where the issues have arisen and trying to deal with those as they come forward and become more urgent. I think moving forward with the new code, the look and feel of that is going to be entirely different than what we have today. And it may change how we prioritize looking at those changes in the future. But I think that's an excellent conversation to have, and something that maybe we need to delve into at some of our policy review committees or even with a work session with you.
Okay, thank you. And my final question for now is that we had a little bit of an update about calls for service related to the industry, and I'm curious to see if we have seen the same trends or if there's been any deviations for calls to service.
Calls to service meaning codes enforcement or?
Codes, policing, anything like that near the industry.
So those are excellent questions. I won't speak to police calls, but in terms of having conversation with the code enforcement supervisor, prior to our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, he had not noted specific just to retail that there had been any particular increase in calls related to those types of uses. I do know offhand that there have been there was a code enforcement inquiry at the consumption lounge that we do have locally. There was nothing that indicated that they were doing anything illegally at that time. I won't speak to police, however. That's something that I could look into, but haven't spoken with them directly in terms of police calls related to cannabis and if that's increased.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peely, I don't know if we might have any update on what those calls of service might look like.
Councilor, I'm looking over at Chief to see if he has any offhand. We can get that to you if we don't have it offhand.
Mayor and Councilor Beta, we have not seen a significant increase in calls for service related to marijuana.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
So before I get to Councilor Nkomo, just to clarify, it is possible if there's a council member or two who might be supportive of removing the buffer between business, but still keeping it intact with home. I mean, there's nothing that precludes that.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, you could do that. The language specifically deletes that sentence. However, it's not a particularly complicated sentence. We would have to do some wordsmithing on the dais if we were to change the ordinance today, because it is text specific.
Yeah. Gotcha. And okay, thank you. Councilor Nkomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much, Catherine. So you said that there had been 6 special oh my gosh.
Use permits?
Use permits, thank you. Use. What is the implication to the city for, continuing to have that pattern that sort of is going against this set policy?
So if we take just cannabis out of the equation, and if we were just talking about widgets or something else, what it would indicate to me is there's a problem with the regulations. That's what it indicates to me, and that we need to try to solve it. It could be a different way. This just is the most direct way to deal with it, but we're happy to look at other alternatives if this council decides to direct us in another manner.
No, I'm just curious if this is a pattern that's going to continue, with the implications are of that to the city, right? And that we are essentially treating an industry different than we are treating other industries. That's sort of how I'm reading what you're saying, Catherine. Do you have do you have a map by any chance of the 6 special use permits that you have?
I don't have a map on me, but I can indicate generally where some of those were located.
Yeah.
There were 2 of them that were located basically Valley and Avenida Mesilla. There were 2 located there. And that's a very heavily traveled and pretty intense
Very
commercial corridor. There was one on Telshore near Missouri. There was another one on Missouri near Don Rozier. And that's 4 of them, and now off the top of my head, I can't remember the other 2.
Impressive enough, Catherine. We're not talking about deep into residential area businesses, right? We're talking about some pretty heavy commercial areas that have required these special use permits. I think that's pretty interesting piece of data. Do you have any information on you right now around how many cannabis businesses have taken over blighted areas, businesses that have been closed up for a long time? I can think of several in just my district alone.
I don't have that data. That's not something specifically that we've been keeping a data set on. We could go back through who's been approved and where those permits have been issued, and we would have a pretty positive, just looking at the old business registration data and comparing those two to let you know. I'm happy to research that, but I don't have that on me.
Currently, we have 28 business registrations for cannabis, 18 of which are specific to retail. That's not to mean that we don't have some old warehouses that have also been converted for production or manufacturing.
Yeah.
But I would say that it's a pretty high rate.
Yeah, I would love to see that map, and maybe in coordination. I know economic development has been doing a lot of work around the cannabis industry. I think that'd be a great opportunity to show the community just the different kinds of impacts this industry has had on our community. And I think removing blighted buildings and updating blighted buildings is one of those areas that have been really impactful. Those are all my questions for now, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Corran.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation and all the information that you shared in the packet as well. I have one specific question, and then I actually have an ask to my colleagues on the dais to provide more information to this conversation. But the specific question is related, and I think we're going to hear a lot in public comment from a variety of folks that I think matters in this conversation as well. But I did have a question. If we do eliminate the idea of a special use permit for them, what happens to the folks who have received special use permits in the intervening time related to our codes?
So excellent question, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Corran, members of City Council. Ultimately, nothing. They legitimize their businesses and the distance deviation through that process, and then ultimately they would continue to be able to operate there because now they're completely in compliance. Unfortunately, for some of them, they would have lost a little bit of money going through the process. It was timely, and it can be not super expensive, but it does cost a little bit of money to go through the process. And unfortunately, I don't believe that we have a method to reimburse them for that. But they would be able to continue what they're doing now.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question that I have is actually a technical process that I've never participated in. But we received a document that assess this, and I think this is somewhat underlying a question that Councilor Bencomo asked and some of the questions that we have from attorneys who did an analysis of our treatment of an industry that might be different from other industries. And I think that this is how this would work, and I'm going to sort of look at Christine and Jennifer to sort of help me out, but I'm going to ask that we remove attorney-client privilege so that we can talk about this memo on the dais. And would I have to move to do that? It has to be voted on, I think, by all of us, yeah. So that we can
Mayor and Council, when you say the removal of attorney-client privilege, it makes my adrenaline go up a little bit. A lot,
you gave
actually.
me the idea in this case.
There would have to be a majority that would choose to waive it.
Okay.
Excuse me, Jennifer, does this have to be on the agenda for a vote, or I think Councilor Corran is thinking of doing it like right now?
Mayor and Council, you wouldn't have to take a formal vote. You could get a consensus without putting it on the agenda. It is a matter of, it is aligned with what we're discussing. We just need to get a nod from the majority.
And so specifically, I would identify the confidential attorney-client privilege that was a document that was produced on July 30th of 2021, which is a requested legal opinion on cannabis zoning and buffer zones. And I think I say this because I think it puts more concretely to what sort of is part of what's driving this conversation and some of the questions that we might have as a follow-up. So I would look to my colleagues to informally get consensus around bringing that waiving attorney-client privilege on this specific document.
Mary, I'm sorry. There were actually two documents. There was a memo drafted by me, and there was also a memo drafted by Jocelyn Garrison.
Yeah, I personally don't have a problem in waiving that. I think a lot of the information that was said by Catherine Harrison Rogers was in that memo, so I'm good with it.
I won't waive my attorney-client privilege only because there's other information in the communication, and I think it would establish a very risky precedent. I won't waive my attorney-client privilege. Thank you.
Okay, so you just cut it up into 7 places and then just leave 1/7 out. No, I'm just messing. Nothing. I'm just joking.
I didn't hear the joke.
I said cut it into 7 places and then just.
No.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. What are the legal implications that could, Jennifer, I guess I need your legal opinion. Tell.
Mayor and Council, again, you're asking for legal advice on the record, and so what I would just advise you generally is that there are always legal implications, there are always potential for litigation, there's always a potential for a future lawsuit. We function with that all the time. We've given specific advice regarding the use of buffers, and I can't really predict what could happen in the future. I could just tell you that this could be used for or against this in any way, for or against the city. It could be used in the city's to the city's benefit. It could also be used to the city's detriment. There's just no way to predict.
Thank you.
Anybody else? So, you know what? We have some mixed ideas on this. So let's go. Let's call for a roll call vote on this. If you want to put it in the form of a motion, Councilor Corran, and then we'll just get a motion in a second. Let's just vote on it. Because I thought, yeah, let's just do it that way.
I move that the specific document produced by our city attorney provided to the city manager and assistant city managers on July 30th of 2021, specific to cannabis zoning and buffer zones, that we as a council waive our attorney-client privilege to enter the facts of that memo into the conversation today.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Corran, seconded by Councilor Bencomo. So this is to waive the documents that was presented under attorney-client privilege and pertaining to this issue here today. So
the attorney-client privilege is to these people.
okay, so it's discussion. So it's been moved in second.
No, we can't do that. Oh, we can? We can waive on
Wait.
your behalf?
Okay, so a question was brought up that this actual memo was specifically to the senior management team and whether or not it can be waived by city council. And the answer is yes, it could be waived. Okay, so now we're going to get a roll call vote, and we'll start with Christine.
Okay, so this is on the motion to waive attorney-client privilege to discuss the memo on July 30th, 2021. Councilor Beta.
No.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Corran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
No.
Councilor Gondeta.
No.
Mayor.
Ooh. Well, the insurance guy, risk management guy inside of me says no. So okay, let's go no.
So motion fails.
Okay, so getting back to the issue, if there's no Councilor Graham.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I don't talk much up here, but here goes. And Catherine, just so you know, no questions are forthcoming, so don't feel like you have to keep hard eye contact with me or even stand there. Like, feel free. This one isn't at you. I wanted to speak a little bit, one in a general sense, and then to the specific issue at hand. And I'm going ahead of public comment on purpose, particularly for the general issue. And that is the realization to me that what we do up here can be really mysterious, is really arcane. It's hard to know what's going on up here a lot of times, especially from the perspective of, I know you're not the audience, but that's how I think of it, because I feel like I'm on a stage. And I recently had the opportunity to talk to a community group and realized that I think I've done a really poor job of communicating what goes into my decision-making up here. And I wanted to just talk a little bit about that, because we have absolutely a controversial vote coming up, and I think the perception from the public could be that all of our decisions are based on what happens here in this chamber. And what happens here in this chamber is incredibly important to me, and I absolutely appreciate the time that so many people take out of their days, busy schedules, lives away from work, family, school, to come out and make public comment. And I do pay attention to those public comments, but I also want everyone to know that there is so much more that goes into my decision-making up here than what is happening in this little snapshot of time and place. I can't speak to my colleagues' prep process, but I'm betting it's probably pretty similar, and that is a lot of hours of reading and research and preparation before I even get in here. Emails, phone calls, conversations with constituents, with folks who choose to reach out to me to weigh in. And I think it's also important to realize that those who are able to show up here, you know, at 1 o'clock or now 4:09 and counting on a Monday, that doesn't represent everyone. Not everyone has the opportunity to come and share their voice here in person. And again, I thank you for everything you do, but please realize that I'm also hearing from other folks on this who maybe don't have the opportunity to be here. So all that is a not so elegant speech on it takes a lot of time and research and support from staff, and it's a lot that goes into being up here. And I just wanted to try to be more transparent with that. And then speaking to the issue here, which has, you know, in my short time up here on the dais, been definitely the consistently most controversial or conversation-raising issue in general that I've been dealing with. And I've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time reframing how I think about cannabis as I'm seeing it come up in the community. The zoning that we're discussing today is a really kind of perfect reflection of how my opinions have kind of evolved on this. I think when I took the dais, I definitely I was looking at how do we compare cannabis and cannabis retail establishments to alcohol and bars and breweries. And in the time I've been up here, I have absolutely switched to how do we compare cannabis and cannabis retail to medicine and to pharmacies. Not a perfect analogy, but that is the best that I have come up with so far. We've heard a lot of public comment. We heard some earlier where folks were talking about the side effects of cannabis. All medicines have side effects. And you know, if you watch any commercial, they talk really fast at the end and tell you all of the terrible things that can happen to you. But I think that as I'm moving forward on this and just trying to explain a little bit where my thinking is coming from, I am looking at cannabis as a medicinal substance, and also realizing that of all of the terms that I don't love in the cannabis discussion, recreational is what's consistently coming up for me. I use a lot of medicines. I do not consider myself a recreational user of Claritin or ibuprofen or any of the other medications that I have the opportunity to buy over the counter at a pharmacy. And I think as I'm thinking about cannabis as a medicinal product in the community, that's where my mind is going. Where can you misuse medicines? Absolutely. And the idea of education, and we hear a lot about personal responsibility and accountability, this all factors in. But yeah, I think this is the most I've ever said in a row up here. And thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Catherine. Appreciate always. You have this way of projecting very succinctly, and I always understand a little bit more of planning and zoning and all the areas that you're like expertise on. So thank you. So to be clear, we're not talking about childcare or schools. I want to make that very clear to the public, and we're not talking about consumption outdoors.
You are correct. We're
Okay,
not talking about either of those things.
I knew that, but I just wanted to say that out loud. Catherine, my question is around, do you have, I really love the question that Councilor Bencomo raised about just where these locations are and and just what they've done to our community in terms of blight, right? I think that is so important, and I would really like to see a map. But do you have a map related to those buildings that are vacant, commercial, that are vacant currently, that would fit this, specific to what we're speaking of? Does that make
Councilor
sense?
Gandara, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, we could create one.
Yeah.
I don't have one on me. Would like to point out that our business registrations, we do have a map specific to cannabis and business registrations and where those are located, and that's available. Economic Development has done a wonderful website related to cannabis. You can look at those. There's a significant portion of those along El Paseo and along Solano, both areas really in need of industry, frankly. But the map that you're requesting, we can create one. I don't have that specifically. We have some old data. We try to make sure that we update that on a regular basis.
I appreciate that. And then, where the districts, outlining the districts, I think would be important. Sure. And then, to Councilor Graham's concerns about the way, I had to do a lot of soul searching and really thinking about, everybody knows I'm a social worker. I've been in this community for 30 years in the child welfare arena. I'm concerned about kids. I always have been. The amount of emails that I receive from people that I don't care about kids is absurd. I've spent my whole adult life protecting children and from abuse and neglect. And so, to some of the comments related to, as if I don't understand that, speaking in relation to medicinal and where people are at. Do you know the amount of people that are walking around with trauma? We all have it. Just if you would like to take the NAJ, yes, thank you, Ned. I remember that. But there is a 10-question questionnaire that you can take. I've been working on this for years. Go look at our website, dacrl.org. If you're interested in participating in the monthly meetings that we have related to what we're trying to do to address trauma in our community, that's the site to do that. So I really had to sit back and think about what we're doing here today and how we're comparing this to alcohol, which there's no comparison. There just isn't. But I do know, and I worry that in our city we don't have folks. But you can do all the research because you're smart. Everybody's smart. The staff is just so smart here about this. But specific to research related to what we see, alcohol establishments and the density of alcohol establishments and youth and the use of alcohol and cannabis. And so I know that there isn't really anybody on staff that has that kind of expertise, if you will, social worker, psychologist, psychiatrist. So do you have anybody that you contract with that could give us more data related to youth use as it relates to density and cannabis, because I'm very concerned about that. I'm not going to mince words. I'm very concerned, but I also know that we have some incredible responsible cannabis retailers and folks, production, that are really looking at that and doing research alongside you and all of us. There's very little out there. I mean, I have some, but I just want to make sure that we're mindful about that we are utilizing that as we're making decisions.
That's really, really good comments. And yes, I believe the city probably has someone on contract that we could look to do some of that more in-depth research. I mean, all of us can look at trade magazines that we have, planning literature and a number of other things. And we have to, we consider a number of components when we look at this type of stuff, but I'm sure we could see if there's someone on contract or even go out for some sort of RFQ or something just to get some feedback and see if there's anybody out there who could do it for us. If
I
there's
appreciate
no one.
that. I mean, there are folks and entities like the UP Coalition and others that are doing, and I know that Dr. Ned Rubin is here to provide public comment related to that question and more. But I also think as we're considering this, that this is part of, I think, the conversation and the information that we should have moving forward. So appreciate that, Catherine. Just taking note, yeah.
I'm taking notes on that, absolutely. And it does look like Mr. Larry Nichols, our department director, would like to make some comments if he could.
Yeah, of course.
It does look like it.
Yes, good afternoon. Larry Nichols, Community Development for the record. We've been speaking today about several issues regarding the decision before you today. One thing that we've just discussed was the special use permit and what was the core issue for those requests. We have found that all of the applicants that have asked for that, as well as the 28 businesses that have registered, are all going into existing structures. We've had no permits submitted for a new facility, which means because of that many of these existing structures do abut residential zones or other types of retail businesses. So the distancing has become that type of issue, is they want to find a location that would be favorable to their business. It turns out that many times those are adjacent to residential areas as well. But I think the core issue is there have been no new construction facilities asked for permitting. They've all been tenant improvements to existing facilities. And that's why this distancing issue is before you.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. I think, again, I think the more information we know, the more knowledge that we have as it relates to that. And I've had several conversations with different cannabis companies that are really wanting to be responsible, really wanting to have these open conversations about the use of cannabis and children and youth and the exposure and we just have to, I know they come meetings. That's probably something that they want to talk about. And, again, I look forward to those conversations about how we use the profit. And I think we all have ideas, and I know economic development has given us, has done the research out there of other states and what they utilize the money for. And I'd like to the point about not having enough mental health providers, and by the way, we do the reciprocation, the licensure and whatnot. We just don't have enough of it, at least for El Paso, Texas. And so, I mean, I'm licensed, I know. I can practice in Texas. And so, again, I think that's a missing piece and had always been a missing piece for me, but I appreciate the information. Thank you, Larry and Catherine. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Flores, did you have a question?
No, I have a comment, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Larry, for everything. And I want to thank Councilor Graham and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara for stressing the need for looking at this from a different perspective. And I don't know if I've shared this before, and I apologize if I have, but when I was in law school, way back in the dark ages, my job that summer or that year, my first year, second year of law school, was the firm I was working with was representing a client that had imported an airplane full of cannabis or marijuana from Colombia. And it was so controversial. This was San Francisco. It was so controversial it had to be changed to instead of the Northern District in San Francisco Federal District Court, it was removed to Federal District Court in the Eastern District, which is Sacramento, which is about 80 miles northeast of San Francisco. But at any rate, my job, my duty was to research the origins of the laws of marijuana. It wasn't called cannabis, it was just called marijuana. And it was interesting, just book after book. There weren't a lot of books, but the books I did find, the research showed that the criminalization of marijuana came about to make it illegal to have, especially in Arizona and in Southern California, that's where it was enforced. But it was in Arizona where it got started, and they wanted to criminalize it because they were saying that the Mexicans were taking the jobs away from the local people. So it was criminalized, that's how it started. And then everybody, irrespective of citizenship or nationality, my mother being one of them, and her 8 siblings, and her parents were deported. Before they were deported, my grandfather voluntarily left and went back to Jalisco, Teocaltiche, Jalisco. But the point, though, is that right around that time, there were horrible propaganda all over. And some of you have heard of that movie back, I don't know when it was made, Reefer Madness. And that Reefer Madness, it's a classic. It's something that everybody should see, just if you feel like laughing or crying maybe, because of the effects it had on people. So we had families who were repatriated just because of that silly law, and some of them, as my mother and her siblings were lawful resident citizens of the United States. And my mother didn't learn until she was, I think, probably in high school that she was a U.S. citizen. She was living in Mexico. And I see the devastation that it caused my mother's family especially. But there was a gentleman here who remembered that I had said this before, and I'll say it proudly, that my grandmothers, it wasn't my mother, it was my maternal and paternal grandmothers who had marijuana, the plant in a jar or with these huge bottles they used to make with alcohol, and it was medicinal. If you fell and hurt yourself, they just, get the alcohol and rub it on you, and it really worked. It was medicinal. So, and that didn't filter down to the entire family smoking marijuana. People equate marijuana with the smoking of it and whatever. And I thank again Councilor Graham for pointing out that it is a medicine, it's medicinal. And I just want to share that, and I want to encourage people to think about the uses that are very helpful in our lives. and get away from, there's so much stigma that has attached. And I think that people should also understand the history behind the criminalization. Thank you for your time. I wasn't talking at you, I was looking at you. I was talking at everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, before we get to public comment, I just want to say that, you know, earlier this year, the legislature, they passed a law that allowed a special permit for what was special craft beer and wine to now expand it to hard liquor, you know, whiskey, and I don't know what other, I'm not too familiar with it, but I know it's hard liquor. And then you see this report that came out, and I especially like this article that the Santa Fe New Mexican wrote in July of 23, because they pull no punches. It says alcohol kills New Mexicans at a higher rate than anywhere else in the country. No one can fully explain why. Mexicans die of alcohol-related causes 3 times the national average, higher than any other state. It's involved in more deaths than fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamines combined. And then it goes on to say, but state leaders haven't shown much interest in unraveling the mystery or doing much about it. Last year, the legislature voted to make alcohol easier to buy. What I'm trying to say is even that just because we don't have limitations with alcohol businesses, that doesn't mean we shouldn't. In fact, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to bring something on my own to the council, which I'm allowed to do, and we're going to vote if we're going to start implementing 300-foot buffers from other alcohol businesses, because I don't think we should just allow alcohol businesses just to open up. You know, this is killing our kids, and I think we need to do something like this. And definitely, I'm not in support of allowing it a buffer, not having a buffer near residences. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm not going to be voting in. I think the way it is right now is good. Just put the buffers on the 300 feet. I mean, that's not much. That's only 1 football field. It's really not that far away, but it's further enough. It's better than not being right next to them. So that's what I just wanted to point out. I think it's time that we need to, just because it doesn't affect. Now, this also doesn't affect if you were to be and I double check with the city attorney, if you're say a shopping center, and let's say you are optical business, a lot of times they don't want to have another optical business in there because it's competing against them. And so what I'm trying to say is, you know, I know some people don't want any buffers with cannabis, but you know what, the more you have, then they could actually go out of business because there's just too many, it's too close to one another. But nonetheless, I just wanted to point that out. And so, and like I said, I'm going to be bringing forth a resolution or ordinance to require the buffers for alcohol at least 300 feet. And so I just wanted to say that with you all. So let's go with the public comment and see what they have to say. So how many here who wish to speak on this issue? Raise your hand so I can 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's leave it at about 3 minutes, please. So let's just start on my left. Whoever had you want to come to the podium? And if you all want to make your way to the podium, please. If you would just do me a favor, you don't have to list your address, but just tell me if you live in if your business or if you live in Las Cruces. If you have a business, is it located in Las Cruces or if it's in the county?
Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Stathis, and I'm a 20-plus year resident of Las Cruces. I'm president of the Brancati Foundation, and I'm vice president of the New America School Governing Council. I spoke to you several weeks ago when you unanimously approved a variance allowing cannabis to be sold at a dispensary that is immediately adjacent to a high school, New America School, which also houses a daycare center. In commenting on that vote, several of you affirmed that the action would not set a precedent. Yet only several weeks later, you're considering a change to the entire buffer zone. As I understand it, the proposed ordinance would allow dispensaries, retailers to locate within 300 feet of residential districts. I continue to be completely befuddled by your earlier decision with regard to New America School, and I'm very troubled by the direction that you're taking with this proposed ordinance. In terms of the decision that you made with regard to the approval of the variance for the dispensary that is adjacent to New America School, I want to assure our community that we will be taking further action. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that it's a pharmacy, not a dispensary.
Excuse me, but I understand that they will be selling recreational marijuana. Is that true?
At the pharmacy, correct.
Right, which is a dispensary. It's the
The
same
business
thing.
is a pharmacy.
A dispensary. They're dispensing cannabis.
Okay, so next.
Hello, my name is David Hill. I'm the lead cultivator for High Horse Cannabis, and I'm a disabled combat veteran.
Excuse me, where's your business located?
We have a few locations getting ready to open up here in Las Cruces, and this affects our business directly.
Where is it currently located?
In Chaparral, New Mexico.
Chaparral,
Yes, sir.
New Mexico, okay.
Yes, sir. I'm a disabled combat veteran, and in my experience in law enforcement, the service, and now cultivating for High Horse, perception and lack of education on cannabis has been one of the biggest hurdles we have had to overcome. If lawmakers regulate us differently and are stricter than other industries, we will never convince the public that there is nothing to fear. You could put a liquor store on that corner right now and it would be okay. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm for removing the buffer to allow the ease of access for patients like myself and helping people obtain a better quality of life the way it has for me. It's helped me in a way that prescription the VA sends me have not been able to, and it has been a light at the end of the tunnel for my family and I. Thank you guys.
Next.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Colt DeMorris, and I am the Director of Retail Operations for High Horse Cannabis Company. I'm here today to state that no other businesses currently, not even alcohol, are regulated as strictly as cannabis. Cannabis has been classified as retail by the state of New Mexico, and without a factual basis of these restrictions, the city is leaving itself open to risk and making it harder for small businesses to succeed in an emerging market. Again, no other retail is regulated in this fashion. One thing that needs to be kept in mind that the vote today will not change the outdoor consumption in the city. The vote today will not change that outdoor consumption in the city remains prohibited. We are talking about establishing retail locations that are licensed by the state. Let's treat these retail locations as any other retail locations or retail operations. Once council does decide on an outdoor consumption policy, if they decide to change it, then this would be a good time to use the special use permit process to vet any location that sits inside these areas of concern for outdoor consumption. Thank you, guys. I'm for removing the buffers. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. Just want to thank you, Mayor, for those common sense words about the alcohol consumption. I think that's awesome that there's somebody that actually cares about that. Secondly, most of my concern with this is socioeconomic, okay? The Chaparral High Horses was the ones involved with the county commission, and they got...
Excuse me, Zeke,
yes.
you didn't say your name.
I forgot my name again. Just take it for granted. Everybody knows who I am. I'm Zeke Rodriguez. They got the special use permit in Chaparral, and I heard their comments at City Council or a county commission that their home values have dropped 30%. Okay, so doing this in a residential area in a time where the housing market interest rates have gone up already, the inflation is going to keep kicking in. So you want to take 30% of value from residential homes in this time of economic struggle that we're about to go through? I don't think it's a very good idea. Secondly, it has to deal again, it's socioeconomic. It's what they call the Pareto distribution, or the solo prices law, where basically 20% of the total market owns 80% of the total market share. So eventually we'll see 20% of the total dispensaries own 80% of the total market share. So we're going to essentially run into a saturation point where there's so many dispensaries that a vast majority of them are going to fail, 80% of them are going to fail. And if we don't regulate that in some way, that leaves the door open for out-of-state monopolies, out-of-state conglomerates to come in and swoop up local economies, mom and pop stores. And I don't think that's good either. I think that we should really, I think the way it is now, the natural flow of demand, and to allow more of these is just going to expose more mom and pop stores to be swooped up and bought up by people who are already monopolizing the market here locally, or conglomerates that come from out of state. And Oregon, Washington, Oklahoma experienced the same thing. Prices bottomed out, many dispensaries failed, and a lot of mom and pops lost their butt. So it's two things. I would look at the research that I learned from Chaparral, that 30% of the home values went down when this special use permit was allowed in their neighborhood. And then number two, there is a finite market share with any business. It doesn't matter. And this being, we can see a dispensary in every corner, this is going to be another direct example of that. So I hope that you all are cautious when you vote for this. Thank you so much for listening.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Dr. Ned Rubin. I'm the chair of the Unified Prevention Coalition of Diana County. And first, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand up. I've been sitting a long time, as have you.
Dr. Rubin, can you move your microphone pointed towards you a little bit? There you
Sure.
go. Thanks.
Is that better? Thank you. The mission of the Unified Prevention Coalition is to build collaboration around efforts to reduce and/or prevent youth drug and alcohol use and misuse, address factors that increase risks of usage, and promote factors that increase resiliency. And I'd like to have you think a little bit differently right now about this issue of the zoning. I don't want to talk about the business, and I don't want to talk about individual consumption, medicinally or adult use. What I want to talk about is from the perspective of prevention and public health. With that in mind, according to the latest New Mexico Youth Risk and Resilience Survey, more than 25% of Diana County youth in the 9th through 12th grade report using cannabis. It also reports that New Mexico has a higher rate of cannabis use before the age of 13 than any of the other 46 states that participate in this survey. As a countywide substance misuse prevention organization focused on youth, the Unified Prevention Coalition wants to be quite clear with the City Council about our position regarding cannabis business locations in the zoning buffer. We do not want you to change it. Recent research, and I'm going to give you my comments with the references and the citations that I'm using today. Recent research reports that there are several things to consider based on the experience of other states that have legalized adult use cannabis. Their study focused on the influences of advertising exposure, numbers of marijuana retailers, distance to retailers, and outcome beliefs, perceived norms, and efficacy on youth's intention to use marijuana in the future. They cite data from multiple sources to support the assertion that proximity to retailers and density of tobacco and alcohol outlets have been found to influence youth's substance use. The number of retailers near schools in the area around the participants' homes and in participant city have been positively associated with youth's substance use. Tobacco advertising was associated with outlet density, and youth were more likely to smoke when the neighborhoods of their school or home had a higher density of tobacco outlets. Presence of e-cigarette retailers near middle schools was associated with an increase in middle school students' e-cigarette use. Similarly, youth who lived near alcohol retailers, considering the comment you just made earlier, Mr. Mayor, youth who lived near alcohol retailers were more likely to buy and use alcohol and experience problematic alcohol use, such as binge drinking and driving. So clearly, Proximity to other retailers, advertising, and density of outlets have been found to increase the likelihood of youth substance use. As another researcher notes, the retail environment is recognized as an important social determinant of health. They further conclude that their main finding was the presence of a specialty e-cigarette retailer near a middle school is associated with increased likelihood of lifetime e-cigarette use among its students.
Dr. Rubin, I gave you an extra minute.
I know,
Your
I
time's out.
have to stop. So I appreciate the time. I'm going to give my comments, if I can, to the city clerk, and you'll have a chance to read them. So let me reiterate once again, we are not in favor of reducing the buffer zones because the density of retail outlets influences what you think about normalizing use, that it's less dangerous. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next speaker.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Well, Mayor, members of the council, my name is Jessica Garcia. I am actually the program coordinator for the Unified Prevention Coalition, and similar to Dr. Rubin, I am not talking about cannabis use among adults, or its medicinal or individual use. I'm specifically talking about cannabis use and access among youth. So just a little bit different statistic than from Dr. Rubin. From the 2019 Youth and Risk Resiliency Survey, 44% of students reported using cannabis before the age of 17, and nationwide that percentage was actually at 37%. We're hoping that by the end of the year, the state can provide us with new data to see what those numbers look like last year. But according to a New Mexico community survey that our coalition actually helped conduct in Doñana County, so I was born and raised and currently live here in Las Cruces. My program does cover the entire county, but from over 800 adults that were interviewed, 50% of adults do believe that cannabis is very easily accessible for youth. And 25% of them said that they believe that cannabis use among teens is an issue in their community. So aside from the effects of brain youth development, like the impaired memory, the mobility coordination, possible hallucinations, there is also a risk of increased dependence among youth, and that can get worse in adulthood. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. So we just, as a preventionist, I'm out in the community. I do community outreach a lot. I go to the schools. I talk to the community members all the way down south from Sunland Park, Anthony area, through Las Cruces, through Hatch. And from what I've heard from parents, what I've heard from teachers is they don't know where their youth are getting their cannabis. They are concerned about it being brought into the schools. I've heard from elementary school teachers seeing students with the vape pens, with the marijuana concentrates, with the candy, that these kids had no idea what it was. Most of them said that they got it from a sibling who was also a minor, so we don't know where they got it from as well. So I just hope that you take the information that I gave you today and really think about our youth and what these buffer zones can mean in terms of access for them. And if there is any compliance checks or who is keeping track of the dispensaries who do happen to sell to youth. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am? So you all have not done polling or data on, so I just want to point out that the industry is very highly regulated right now. Dispensaries, pharmacies that sell recreational cannabis are very highly regulated. If you haven't visited one, I recommend you go in one just to check it out. I guarantee you there's no underage folks going into those places. I'm curious if you've done research on the black market impacting youth versus the regulated industry.
Unfortunately, that's out of my expertise and the expertise of my coalition because I do work for a nonprofit. But I'm hoping that maybe that is the area of expertise of somebody else in this room today.
Okay, I think it's just important though I say that because you mentioned some word of mouth type of things, right? That it's dangerous to say some of those things without being able to back it up with some data. And I would urge perhaps the Up Coalition or someone else that you can work with to do research on how much the black market is still drawing underage kids in, right? Which at the end, so a few weeks ago we were here talking about the pharmacy, and this is one of the biggest things that we talked about is the more we regulate the legalized market, the more the black market is going to thrive, and the more that the kids that, for example, you serve and that we all care about are going to be impacted. And so I just, I would love to urge the Up Coalition to also do some kind of polling around this particular issue on the black market.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback.
Okay, anyone else?
Hello, my name is Josh McCurdy. I'm Director of Cultivation of High Horse Cannabis, and I live here in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I would just like to talk about a few little things. They were talking about tobacco and alcohol had nothing to do with cannabis. Those markets and things are in them at different rate, just different. Cannabis is medicine. There's nothing to fear from this emergent industry. It is the legal, oh, sorry, my phone. We all need to get behind this industry and help the legal cannabis make our communities safer for everyone, especially for the children fighting the illegal market. And if you look at different places like Colorado and stuff, it makes it harder for children or teens to get cannabis in the legal market. When you go to our dispensaries, we check IDs like 3 times. We work with law enforcement to figure out what fake IDs look like and really fight against that. That's one of our #1 competitors is the illegal market. So we would like to put them out just as much as y'all would. Thank you.
Okay, this young lady.
Hello, my name is Nicole Jordan. I am the assistant manager at High Horse, and in the midst of establishing this new coming legal industry, concerns and regulations are going to surface just as they are now from our local community. And when having this conversation, I find that the focus is mainly on the recreational market and not so much on our patients, which is our primary focus for this industry. When policymakers approach cannabis with a negative view, it furthers the stigma of cannabis in the communities. The stigma of spreading fear, the stigma that cannabis is bad. This leaves the patients using cannabis as medicine to feel guilty, because cannabis is medicine, and New Mexico has had an established medical program for several years now that we can look back and follow examples of. So when patients are left to feel guilty and ashamed for how they are medicating and improving their quality of life, whether it be physical or mental, then they're left to hide in the way that they're consuming. And when consuming, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna go home and smoke. You can take a tincture in the morning to help facilitate with arthritis pains that someone may be facing throughout the day, or you can, both the young and older generations. I believe it's important when making decisions regarding cannabis to consider the patients in this community, because essentially they are the ones being impacted from all the stigma and negative views that they're facing every day. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? If you're going to speak, please come to the front. I don't know why you're sitting back there. If you're going to.
Tall person, sorry. Hi again, my name is Lisa Butler, and I spoke briefly before about some of the issues that were being addressed. I am here to represent a lot of the homeowners that are being adversely affected by the cannabis, removing the cannabis buffer. With the proposed ordinance, the abject lack of consideration for the property rights of existing homeowners, not only in Las Cruces, but also in Doñana County, is alarming. Protecting these residents and their safety, especially with the minor children, school-aged children in these homes, is paramount for me. The state, let me back up a minute. Up until very recently, how I met some of you was I worked in government relations at NMSU. And let me just say, I'm no longer with the NMSU. I retired, and nothing I say here has any reflection on NMSU, okay? As part of my duties was listening to the legislative debate, going back and forth with the formalization of this law. So I think we need to go back to the original source. The state has designated a 300-foot buffer around schools and daycare for the safety of the children during school hours, which is roughly 8 hours from Monday through Friday. What about the other 16 hours? They are home in what is supposed to be a safe place, 7 days a week. A very large percentage of school-age minors, when they are released from school, are unfortunately latchkey kids. There is not an adult in the house to welcome them home. A lot of them are middle school or high school. They come home and they are letting themselves in their home, and they are home alone until their parent or guardian gets there. In a lot of these homes, minor children younger than themselves, they are in charge of them until mom or grandma or a guardian gets home. The state requirement, one of the unintended consequences of perhaps removing this 300-foot variance is that now you are leaving these latchkey kids here in Las Cruces at great risk. And by moving that 300-foot zone, you might even be considering elevating your risk, because it doesn't matter if something is going to happen. Since my time is coming, I'm going to fast forward here. By allowing the removal of a 300-foot buffer means that you are removing the safety measurements that the state put in place through environmental design. You are leaving the residential areas and their residents, young and old, at risk. Ms. Rogers stated that over 1,000 areas in Las Cruces, the commercial areas, are being impacted because they're being unduly burdened. What we didn't hear was the amount of commercial properties that are not burdened by this burden. There are other places that they can go. Just to finalize, a lot of us here are not here to argue the benefit or not benefit of legalizing marijuana. That ship has sailed. Whether or not cannabis has a medicinal property, we know that. I know that through my father's cancer. Okay, but he would be the first person to say he does not want a dispensary next to our home. And that's where the difference lies. We are not here arguing that it should not happen. What we are arguing is where it should be located. There's a big difference. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, yeah. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Next.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, my name is Scott Kraling. I'm the Director of Public Engagement for High Horse Cannabis Company. 2 business licenses here in Las Cruces now, and so stores to be opening very, very soon. We're excited. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I've heard a couple of things. I've heard a lot today. We were listening to the public input earlier, and you guys go through a lot. So thank you for the hard work that you put into these decisions. I think that there are a lot of good reasons to remove these barriers. I think you've heard some of them here today. It's discriminatory in nature. This is only for cannabis industry. It's not for any other industry. Why do that? It's leaving established commercial districts out of the options. It's pushing cannabis businesses into newer developments that are much more expensive and difficult to get into and afford. And it's also, I think, important to consider the way that policymaking affects our community. We, as cannabis users, we need our elected officials to understand where we come from. And so you do, and we appreciate that, and I hear that. And I think about the feedback that you get and how hard these decisions are for you guys sometimes. And I want you to know that I appreciate it. I appreciate the difficulty of being accused of some of the horrible things that you're accused of. But we have nothing to fear from the cannabis industry. And if there's any reason, I think, to do this that trumps them all, it's that the legal industry is the way that we're going to get rid of the black industry, the black market, the illegal market, right? The kids are getting access to cannabis from the illegal market. It's where I got it when I was in high school, right? It's still just as easily accessible today, I'm sure, as it was when I was there. If we want to eliminate access to cannabis, push all cannabis through legitimate retail operations where it's incredibly difficult. It would be incredibly difficult to break through all of the ID checks to get your own legal cannabis if you don't meet the age requirements. And so as a parent, right, I've got 2 kids. I think about these as a parent as well. And I'm telling you, I think that that's really our best hope. But that's not to say that there aren't legitimate concerns and legitimate issues that we need to talk about in our community. I'm interested in meeting with the UP Coalition. I also am on the board of directors for the Southwest Cannabis Trade Association, a group of industry advocates who are working together to try to have an industry voice. We're interested in continue to work on these projects because we want to eliminate access too. We don't want high school kids to have cannabis that shouldn't have cannabis. And so we're open to working with the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else? While you get here, there is one other business that is regulated, and that's the adult entertainment business. It's regulated to off of Amador, a certain area that was negotiated. So that's not all of them, but 99% of them. Yes, sir, go ahead.
My name is Nathan Silva. A couple of months ago, I stood before you all saying I hope to join the industry as a cannabis manufacturer. I'm proud to say that I have joined the industry as a cannabis manufacturer now. We have an office off of 17th Street. I wanted to say that I'm in favor of deleting the buffer between micro businesses because I have been affected by it. We were originally hoping to acquire a micro license in order to obtain certain benefits from that are required through the state. But due to the buffer, we were unable to do that. And because it would have taken quite a while to get through the SUP process, we decided to go ahead and go through with a regular manufacturer's license. So eliminating the buffer would be beneficial to us to go ahead and redo our licensing. That's really all I wanted to say. Thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate how the city has been very proactive in communicating with the community on these on this matter. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, council members, my name is Jimmy Nevadas. I apologize for running in here. I'm going to bring a little bit of a different perspective and probably an unpopular one. I'm also in the cannabis business. We have a store in Anthony, New Mexico. So I have the perspective of both operating one and the negative and positive impacts of having a store. First and foremost, I am not in favor, even though my store is not here. I've been a lifelong resident of Las Cruces, and I run several businesses besides cannabis here. I am not in favor of limiting or getting rid of this zone. I believe you guys are too lenient. We should be more restrictive. As Mr. Rodriguez said earlier, it is detrimental to the industry, and anybody here from the industry that wants to succeed would not be in favor of this. You're splitting the pie. There's no way that they're going to be successful by allowing more locations. They're talking about not encouraging the black market. Well, what happens is when you do this and you allow more people to come in without the right budget, without spending the money to do this, by the way, our facility cost over $1 million to get started correctly. And I encourage you to go see one that is done correctly. Anyway, by doing this, these people are going to sell products at ridiculously low prices, making it more accessible. There are several locations in town I visited that are selling Nerds candies in their licensed location, which is completely illegal. So we're not helping the industry by allowing more usage. We're hurting it. We need to have more regulation on the current businesses that are in force and help them succeed, not encourage additional businesses before these ones haven't had time to flourish yet. The other thing is, yes, it is medicinal. There's I heard 28 locations in Las Cruces. So there's plenty of access to go and find your medicine. We don't have to have them buy school children, buy homes. It's not a necessity, and it's, again, not going to help the business. I was trying to write down a few other notes. I didn't plan on coming. As I stated before, I've coached for over 30 years, and the mayor probably is shocked to see me up here because he probably knows my feelings on cannabis. I have learned a lot getting into the industry, and I do believe there's medicinal purposes. But as a coach for over 30 years, it was very difficult to get into this business or to show my face and say that I'm involved with it now. But understanding the medical side to it, there are relevant and good uses for it. But there is only about 50% of your customer base that is medical. It is mostly recreational. And anybody telling you that the numbers are different than that is not being truthful with you. So I encourage you not to allow and lessen the restrictions. We need to have tighter and better restrictions, and I think the state will, after the election, probably tighten down a little bit, which we all need. This again, is different, and it's federally illegal. That's why it's different, and that needs to be kept in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Other than this gentleman, anybody else wish to speak? Okay. Could you kind of make it down here a little bit, please? Yeah, and this gentleman in the back, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the committee. My name is Dominic, and I represent Brian's Green Care. We are a cannabis producer and retailer looking to open up on 1024 South Main. I have a question that I don't know the answer to. Are cannabis retail companies allowed to operate next to apartment buildings? Does anybody know that?
Repeat your question again, or I guess Catherine heard it, so.
Catherine Harrison Rogers for the record. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. So the answer is yes, they can establish themselves next to apartment buildings. The way the condition reads right now, it's just single-family residential zones. That too could be considered an issue because we would be treating apartment dwellers different than single-family homeowners.
I would like to encourage the committee to recognize the current inconsistencies that allow cannabis retailers to operate with the same buffers as less affluent residential areas. Brian's Green Care is in support of taking away the 300-foot buffer from residential areas and making it consistent with the other codes in the city. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Before you start the timer, you were asking about a retail density map, and we had one commissioned. Would you like to see what we have from Countertill's, a data analysis company that did?
If you want to leave that with the county city clerk.
Sure. But I thought you might want to review it before you make your decision.
I'm good, thanks.
Sure if you were able to visualize it on the map. Thank you for that, I appreciate it. My name is, actually this map isn't online because online it only shows the current dispensaries, not all the ones on the registration list. My name is Megan Bolter. I'm the Western Regional Director for the Preventing Tobacco Addiction Foundation.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Megan Bolter with the Preventing Tobacco Addiction Foundation, also known as Tobacco 21. I also am a resident of Las Cruces, and I'm reaching out to you because the City Council has yet to consider, from what I've heard today, is the social and physical determinants of health, which have been decided with public health evidence that increasing tobacco, liquor, and cannabis density also increases youth and adult use in an abusive way. This is not about whether or not medical marijuana is beneficial. That's already decided. What we're looking at here is, and Councilmember Corran can actually attest to this with her MPH, is that one of the major social determinants of health has to do with your physical environment. And one of the 14-year-olds from the boxing club actually spoke to what they're exposed to on a regular basis. A major study published in the American Journal of Addictions found that young adults in neighborhoods with greater density of retail outlets legally dispensing marijuana, whether medical or recreational, had an increased likelihood of daily or near daily marijuana use. These youths were also more likely to use greater amounts of marijuana and to show symptoms of cannabis use disorder. That is not to say that all dispensaries operate illegally legally or market to youth, but there are some around Las Cruces that offer free samples on billboard right outside their stores. And I will say that I've noticed with High Horse, they actually have very responsible marketing. They do not inundate the public or identify with cartoon icons, that kind of thing, which is also related to tobacco retailers, which shows that it changes social norms and an increased perception of the least amount of harm when you're using these substances. And I'm sorry I'm a little scattered because I saw that my time started well before I was able to give you my name. Perhaps looking at the position from the perspective of residents in that eliminating the buffer zone as opposed to increasing it seems to be unduly restricting family residential zones to exposure to retail outlets not initially zoned for such purposes. And on September 6th, you had a woman come up and complain about a storage facility. And you instructed her that she bought that residence knowing that there were commercially zoned properties next to her and that buyer's remorse, right? Well, in this case, you have a number of residentially zoned areas where these people bought with the idea that it was zoned for residential purpose. And now whether responsible or not, cannabis retailers wanting to change that zoning to locate close to single-family homes. And I do think it is imperative that you do an economic assessment for property values of those homes located next to dispensaries. If I can, I would like to address one more point. Right? The idea that somehow there is this back and forth among advocates for public health versus people who support medical marijuana for veterans or for medicinal purposes. That is not the case. They can be together, and you just heard a responsible retailer talking about the need for the buffer zone. It has not necessarily to do with the youth going in and purchasing. It has to do with increased access, and there are a number of public health studies, many of which I sent to you via email, and thank you, Councilor Graham, for getting back to me. Thank you, Mayor, for getting back to me on that. But I please urge you to consider the request, as Councilmember Flores indicated, is to, oh, I'm sorry, I think it was Gandara, to do that research in terms of the physical environment. The retailers may not be the culprits in terms of selling to the minors. However, it's the exposure in their physical environment. And right now, you are dealing with an area of blight all over the city. And if you look at that retail map, the increased density of retailers, tobacco, liquor, dispensaries, does affect perceptions among our youth in our community. You socialize norms and you increase the opportunity for substance use disorders. And that doesn't necessarily implicate responsible retailers. It implicates this council to protect their city with retail density restrictions. 300 feet is minimal. Most localities like Colorado are 1,000 or more.
Okay,
so please just consider the retail environment that's healthy for both your retailers in terms of competition and economic development, as well as the families that live in those areas and want to not have their kids within walking distance of dispensaries or liquor stores.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Gentleman here.
And I'm happy to be part of the group that your city manager assesses for those public health studies. We'd be happy to provide them. We work in a multitude of states. Thank you.
Someone left an iPhone up here. Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Aguilar. I'm the CEO of High Horse Cannabis Company. I'm also the Director of Operations for Buen Salud, outpatient mental health facility located in Santa Teresa, New Mexico. One of the reasons that I got into the cannabis business was because of mental health and the limited access to it. One of the things that we operate out of our dispensaries is access to free medical cards for all patients, regardless of the ability to pay or if they have insurance or do not have insurance. The reason I bring up that point is because we do see the fact that mental health is one of the biggest issues. The issue isn't the access from a legal dispensary. Removing these buffers wouldn't increase that access to those minor patients. It would actually probably help eliminate some of that access. But one of the biggest problems that I did want to talk about is just a lot of these entities that are not willing to work with cannabis companies that are willing to work with them in order to help remove some of these issues and some of these barriers to education. We've looked at the war on drugs. We've also looked at the war on tobacco. We've also looked at other issues such as sex. I mean, one of the big things is if we don't address education with these minors and we continue to allow them to look at the stuff that they're watching on TV and other things, they're going to have these thoughts, and they're going to have these questions or these curiosities. And that's where we have the problem, is just not having access and education to these minors. I'm happy to hear that High Horse, presents himself in a professional manner. That's one of the goals that we set out for. I mean, follow the laws. For the gentleman talking about the dispensaries that are serving candies that would be considered illegal, I encourage them to file their complaints with the CCD, so that CCD will come down here and make sure they're not doing that. One of the biggest things as a business owner is to protect your business. That's making sure that you follow all licensing regulations. That's why it's so hard, if not impossible. I mean, I talk to CCD quite a bit. I've even asked them, how many minors have they had an issue? And so far, I haven't heard of one instance where a minor is in a dispensary trying to purchase cannabis, or a dispensary allowing a minor to purchase cannabis, and that's a big deal. So in looking at this, we want to open up multiple businesses, and the decision that you have here today only has an effect on employment, education, and economic development. Your decision today to remove these buffers will allow me as a businessman to determine if we could hire to 20 to 30 people at $15 starting pay, above and beyond what minimum wage is here. That's our starting pay at our company. We want to force other companies to go ahead and do the same. And so that's a big deal for me. I could wait, and apply for a special use permit, but the problem is it's not the people like me that can, it's the people that can't. And it's all those small businesses that want an opportunity to get into and receive the benefits, and the benefits that the city could get from the economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, okay, that's your phone, okay. Well, you've heard both sides, and as I mentioned to you, I think you've heard compelling stories on both. So if a no vote would basically leave it as is that correct, Christine? A no vote would leave it as is. And as I mentioned to you, that was for this gentleman here. As I mentioned to you, I'm going to be bringing forth something for the alcohol stores not to be within 300 feet. Those that are already closer to 300 feet, well, they're going to be grandfathered in. And while I'm at it, I might as well add residential to include apartments. So thank you for bringing that up. And we'll just see that it'll just be an up and down vote. I mean, this is serious. I mean, I never imagined so many locations in the city. That's amazing. All right, well, that's it. So a no vote means it stays as is. A yes vote means you're supporting to remove the buffer.
Catherine, do you want to put the options back up there so council can see? Okay. Are you guys ready? Okay. So this is on the motion to approve ordinance 3012. Councilor Abeyta?
No.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
No.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, well. All right, so thank you very much for everyone, their comments. So next we're going to go to board appointments, and I believe there are none. So next is notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification for the proposed ordinance. First one is 10.1, Council Bill number 23-007.
Mayor, I'd like a presentation and have a couple of comments. I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Christine. This is Christine's. Looks like they're going to have you work double time, huh? not only do you run the meetings, now they want you to do a presentation.
I'll just start running the meetings from down here. Okay, so Mayor Council, Christine Rivera, City Clerk for the record. I'm just going to go over a basic review of what I went over with you guys at the work session. When this comes up for adoption, Brittany Poss from Research and Polling will be here to assist with any additional questions and also to go over the maps if you guys have more questions related to that. So again, we do redistricting because it is part of our city charter. It says it's a periodic review of the boundaries and that the population is going to be substantially the same. We started out with the redistricting ad hoc committee, which was created via resolution 22-031, and you guys approved that on September 7th, 2021. We then went out and did a sole source agreement with Research and Polling in February of 2022. We started out by getting the ad hoc committee together, which you guys so graciously did for us, and you guys put together a great committee, so I thank you for that. They worked very, very hard. So here are the names, of course, of the committee members. So the ad hoc committee began meeting April 13th, 2022, and they met about every 2 weeks. Their last meeting was August 3rd. At that time, they had a consensus to bring forward 4 of about 10 to 12 maps that they reviewed for you guys. They did take into consideration certain things like the historic districts. They did take public comment into consideration. And we did get public comment via email and in person. We also developed a web page on our website where we were able to display the maps as well as get public comment, and we did have news releases going out regarding the maps. So, like I previously stated, the committee did narrow it down to 4 maps. They were concepts B, H1, J, and K. And they kind of did a score on each of them, and they decided that K was their favorite. But we did bring all 4 to you at the work session so that you could decide on your own. So at the work session, which was on September 12th, we reviewed all the maps that the committee brought forward to you guys, so B, H1, J, and K. And then Brittany went over redistricting principles with you, and then also delved into the maps a little further, more than I could definitely describe for you guys. She's like an expert on that, so I appreciate her. And then the consensus from that meeting was to bring back J and K. And so what's going to happen is when we bring it back for you guys to vote on, it will need to be amended to pick between J and K. And so hopefully that will be back to you on the 17th.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Christine. Do you have J and K?
It's in your packet.
It is, yes.
But I don't have it up. I'm waiting for Brittany to come and so that she can pull up her nice little program for you guys on the 17th.
That would be great.
Yeah.
You know, one of the questions that I failed to ask was, of all the options, which ones were the least changed? That would, I mean, I know all of them are going to have to change because those of us in sort of the older districts have to pick up several thousands, right? And to me, that's okay, but what would make the least disruption, in your opinion,
Mayor,
to
Councilor
each of the
Candida,
districts?
The one that I understood from going to the committee meetings was map B. I couldn't tell you definitively how it has the least change. Like, that's more of a Brittany question. I can definitely ask her. But that was my understanding just from attending the meetings, that map B had the least amount of changes.
And that was, I think, one of Councilor Bencomo's.
I believe so.
If I remember.
I believe Councilor Graham and Councilor Bencomo both liked map B, if I remember correctly. B and J were the
J
ones.
and B.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't ask that question, and I feel like the ones that are presented to us that we sort of settled on, I mean, I wasn't happy with, obviously, and you know, I just wanted to see that to see which one made the least disruption to one of them. And if I remember, K, Councilor Bencomo, is the one that is very disruptive to your council seat, to the district. And so I'm just not okay with that. I just feel like we need to really go back to the drawing board and kind of really think about what this is going to look like I mean, I think all of us looked at it and but I've been thinking about it a lot, and I'm just not satisfied with those two options, J and K anyway. I just felt they were very disruptive to those of us that have been working in our districts. And more specifically, to have 3 council members represent a historic district and to separate them out for years and years and years. And I've been getting emails after emails, what do we do, how do we do it, where do we go, kind of thing, to state how discouraged and disappointed they are in it. So I was just kind of waiting for it to come to first read, and so I just wanted to make it public. This is where I'm at, and just to continue to advocate for my district. Thank you.
So, Mayor and Councilor Ganda, I want to say that I did leave the ordinance written so that you can insert whichever map you prefer. J and K were just brought forward because of consensus by council. So we can leave that up for discussion and vote at the meeting. That might be the cleanest way to do it.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions and comments.
Councilor Beta?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Christine. I had 2 clarifiers. One was regarding public comment, we did have a list kind of people who were able to attend, and it was very heavy in just certain districts, correct?
Correct. If you go and look at the minutes, the people who attended were specifically for the historic districts. We didn't get a lot of comment.
So not representative of the city as a full?
Yeah, we didn't get a lot of comment.
And then we did have specific consensus on the 2 maps that you were bringing forth, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor Councilor Beta, yes, that was, and the mayor was keeping track, and I was also keeping track, so his lined up with mine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You know, we didn't have a chance to hear from Councilor Corran. She was absent that day. Did you have any comments on the different versions that were out there?
No, when I look at them, the reality is that my district is changing in a way that I'm losing constituents, and so in any case, it's kind of, it's less of a, what is the heart of the identity of my district, and recognizing that it's growing and changing and dynamic. So I sort of defer to my colleagues who have a different kind of district outlook in their perspective. So thank you for asking.
Yeah, how we came up with J and K is I was of the impression there was at least 4 members for J. K's the radical one, right?
Correct.
K's the one that just really changes everything. Okay, in K, is that, yeah, and so that one had like three council members, and I wasn't too sure where you were at. The others didn't even come up to, I think the others were like 2 apiece. So that's how we came up with the J and the K. So, okay, so J seemed to have at least 4, K had 3, and the others were like at 2. And so that's how, and then so if you were supportive of J, well, there it was. If you were supportive of K, that could actually change, because that would be around 4. So that's what we came up with. If you were to do all the others, then you're just at 3.
Oh, you're asking me in particular?
No, I don't need you. You don't need to comment now.
Okay.
I'm just giving you some history of how we came up with those maps. Okay.
And Mayor, we also decided to bring back 2 because Councilor Corran wasn't here, and we wanted her opinion on it too. So that was why we came up with the 2 consensus ones.
Thank you. That was really nice.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you for that presentation.
No problem.
And what do we do? Bring it forward or move it, leave it alone? Bring it forward?
Bring it forward.
Okay. Okay. Next is City Council Board Reports. So I just want to tell you, I just want to appreciate you all's vote on this last issue. you know, as I mentioned to you, I think it's something there that I want to bring back for the buffer for alcohol. I mean, if you think about it, 3 times the national average, we need to do something. That may not be a whole lot, but it's something. And I'm glad this gentleman brought up about the apartments. I don't think we should treat apartments any different than single-family residents. That should be the same. So I'll be bringing that forth soon, whenever we can get going on that. So again, thank you, and I appreciate everyone's comments, and I know it was a tough vote. I'm still a little shocked, but anyways, I think we did good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I feel upsetting vote, but it is what it is. I still feel there's some. I did. I vote no, but you know, I feel emotional about it, and so it is what it is. Mayor, first and foremost, I wanted to take an opportunity to address the billboard on Solano. Apparently it's not there anymore, but I want to say how shameful it was for the organization to put up that billboard, to expose a man who could be a husband, a brother, uncle, and the effects that drugs have and what it does. There's like completely no respect and for that individual. It's all over Facebook. It's shameful. I'm very disappointed in that organization. I've tried to meet with them, and they've come to several meetings that I've put together related to public safety and obviously crime being part of that. I think it was done just in poor taste, and to continue to use that council doesn't care, or crime is up. And I've appreciated the remarks that Councilor Bengomo made to the was it CBS, one of the news outlets, and to continue regular public comment after public comment to get the comments that we get related to that this council doesn't care, and that we're not doing anything, and when we are. We're doing a significant amount of work related to how to combat this. And again, I stand open to meeting people and to talking about this, but I'm wondering, as part of a solution and strategy, is that we put together, some sort of campaign that speaks to what we are doing related to how we are combating crime. That goes to the budget. We didn't pull this off the consent agenda, but police got a very nice increase in their pay, and that's another thing that we get, that we're trying to defund police, and that we don't care about police and what they do when they're certainly a part of the solution and the strategy. I can go on and on, but I'm asking EFO to help us with some sort of campaign that addresses what we are doing to combat crime and public safety. I think there are individuals that are very concerned about our community. We live in this community. Most of us in this council have underserved areas where poverty is extreme, and even for children, much more for children. And so, the other concern that I have is this: people come and they say whatever they want to hear with no facts at all, and we can't rebuttal. And so I'm going to start using this time to start rebutting some of the inaccuracies of people who are coming and to public comment. And so with that, Mayor, again, I'm asking for EFO and staff to develop some sort of campaign related to, and I've asked for things around violence, DV, substance abuse and addiction. There's a number of things out there from different the Ad Council. I know Chief Dominguez, you've shared that information with me and with us at different times when we've wanted to put out information about that. You know, on Friday, I participated in a summit, that recovery summit that our Suicide Prevention Task Force put together. And it was incredibly educational. We had providers speaking in relation to the substance abuse and addiction. We had DEA here speaking to how rapid fentanyl is, and both Chiefs Smith and Dominguez know that they're having to deal with this, but we don't hear a lot about it. I think very specifically, and we really need as a city to come together, as staff to come together and really provide education to the community about that and mental health. That, you know, some of that being. Some of that related to the drugs. Right, and so I'd like to see more effort made around the campaign, some sort of campaign that we put out. And again, Mayor, I mentioned this at your also on Friday, related to the work that we're doing with La Casa to bring David Mandel, who is an international expert on domestic violence. And we're looking at maybe in November, Chief Dominguez. I know October was sort of put out there because it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I know that your staff is pretty inundated with trainings and such according to DC Danes. So we've sort of moved the target date in November, and I think this would be a great opportunity to staff to train up police, fire, community members, providers. I mean, I've heard him a time or two before in my other life, and he's excellent. He's excellent, and he has a way of just helping us re-examine how we look at domestic violence, which is increasing. Again, I talked to our DV partners, and they're seeing a lot of violence and a lot of scary things happening with perpetrators coming to the facility and creating a very unsafe environment for staff and for the folks and the kids that are there currently. So, I mean, I can go on and on, but if it sounds like I'm frustrated, and I am, I think we should, really do, again, just increasing the visibility of the work that Mayor and Council is doing related to crime and public safety, substance abuse, addiction, and just violence in general. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to share the joyful things the city does. Let's just get away from all that. I'm the liaison to the City Art Board. I want to thank Mayor Miyagishima for appointing me to be that, because I really appreciate everything they do. We've had wonderful chairs. They've done wonderful things, like they took a survey of what the residents in the Klein Park area. They did a wonderful survey as to what they wanted. There was an allocation of a few $1,000s, and some time ago it has, and they're still trying to decide what to do, because there's different groups within that area that want different things. At any rate, but the big announcement is Nan Rubin's doing the what's it called? Doing the scan, the QR code. That is going to really make a difference insofar as people, I hope, understand what art is all about. Oh, and speaking of art, before I forget, I found it. Yeah. Well, I'm a dime late. A dollar, what is it? A dime, what is it? A dollar short, a day late. More than, but anyway, so there was this wonderful event that we all missed. It was on September 23rd. But what does continue is the icons and symbols of the borderland art from the U.S.-Mexico crossroads on display from August 5 to October 15, 2022. 31 borderland artists examined the complex cultural inheritance of the U.S.-Mexico borderlands at the Las Cruces Museum of Art. Everybody should try to go. It's free. Museum of, they're going through some, I don't know, somebody here probably knows. There was some gas and some stuff coming up. Little bubbles of quién sabe qué. Something was going on at the museum. Yeah. Anyway, it's really kind of sad what's going on. Is it going to be fixed, Steve, Ikani?
Mayor Miyashima, Councilor Flores, yes, we'll definitely look into it, and of course we'll get it fixed if it's affecting safety and health.
Yeah, and I just because it just came across my my mind thinking about the museum and the problem there, because I think it's probably toxic gases coming up, and it's kind of weird, like a sci-fi movie or something. Anyway, and then again, Saturday, October 15, 2022, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., it'll be 2022 Airport Appreciation Day at the airport. Please, it's going to be wonderful. And next year, I think it's going to be a big, really big. Also, the Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, Debbie Moore, had a fantastic idea. To have their gala event last Thursday, September 29, at the airport. And I meant to mention, I should mention that there was not an empty, but an unused hangar. And Andy contacted Tresco. So Tresco employees went in and cleaned it up, and it was amazing. It was just beautiful. Ikani was there, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara was there. A lot of people were there, except the ones I didn't mention. Too bad. No, it was absolutely beautiful, and it was set up so that all the hangar doors were open, and you could just see the beautiful sky. And it was really twilight. It was already, the sun had set. But into the dinner and program, there were helicopters landing. And anyway, it was really nice. It was like a movie set. It was really nice. It really was beautiful. And then on Saturday, the LGBTQI plus Pride Parade was held, and that was absolutely wonderful. It was like an ocean of beautiful colors, and people were happy, and it was huge. I mean, to me, it's the biggest turnout of people I've seen ever at the plaza. I mean, maybe there's been more, I don't know, but it was just huge. And I was asked to read the the proclamation that Councilor Corran read today. So I just, the Historic Arts Commission met last week, and they're working very hard at, getting certain things done. They met with, Amy was there, and Troy Ainsworth, of course, and Dr. Pitts. And it's just really interesting how, they want to get things done, and they want to do this, that, and the other. Anyway, and then, I've run out of steam. I'm tired. Okay, there's a lot more, but I know you're bored, and so am I.
Okay, Councilor Corran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores. And I also just want to note that I appreciate those of you, especially staff, who have stuck with us past 5 p.m. They're not being paid enough to do that. So I'll try to make it as brief as possible. I would like to complicate the idea of our vote today and really just acknowledge that among the folks that I heard from, sort of to Councilor Graham's comments about all the inputs we have, some of my former students who I had in public health classes came and talked to me about the particular conversation about cannabis zoning and density in various places. So they really weighed heavily on my mind. Not that any part of that vote means that I'm in favor of heavily restricting cannabis or equating it to alcohol or doing any of the things that might have been suggested or against economic development, but I did hear those arguments and consider them deeply. So I just want to sort of articulate that it's not always yes or no as simply as it's put on the council options vote and what we consider. I do want to also interrogate a tiny bit about what we consider facts in public comment. I think I would just say that as a professor, I expect everyone to give a citation for what they're saying, and so I hope that the viewers out there, which right now there's like almost no one in the audience, but I hope that folks who are listening do know that when people present things as facts in public comment, they're often wildly inappropriate or rhetorical strategies to drum up a certain perspective that is deeply problematic. So I just want to point out that and reaffirm what Mayor Pro Tem Gandara said. Sometimes it's really troubling what we hear in public comment. I will just give a couple really quick district-related updates. In my district, Sonoma Ranch Boulevard between Engler and Sirocco Avenue are going to be closed for the next, intermittently closing for different times during the next 2 weeks for roadway improvement. So just as a matter of, if anyone is listening for that update, there it is. And I also wanted to comment on the billboard really quickly. I would like us to have a conversation about the kinds of things that are part of what crime looks like, deeply troubling use of photographs in that billboard, but I think we should have a conversation about building infrastructure to support people who are addicted to drugs. That might include an inpatient facility in our region. I think we should have those very serious conversations, supporting people who do have unhealthy relationships with substances and need some kind of intervention. I think we can do a lot to address that. And then I would say, speaking to crime more generally, I would love for us to have bigger conversations about things like red flag laws. If we don't talk about things like domestic violence and the prevalence of guns in places where they shouldn't be, in homes where they're creating dangerous situations, we aren't talking about some of the most pressing crime issues that we're dealing with right now in our community. So I think if we don't have more serious conversations about how we can better enforce things like red flag laws, we would be missing out on a big portion of the idea of crime. And so I think I would say, yes, we can have more holistic conversations and go there in those areas, and I hope we do. So that's the end of my public comment. TSI tomorrow, just as a really quick note, is meeting at the airport. So also thank you to Chief Smith for loaning us a bit of their space to have part of the TSI meeting, and then also have a conversation about fare fee transit and the future of the airport within that context. So tomorrow at 8:30 at the airport.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, everyone, for your thoughtful comments. I'll make it quick because I'm tired. I just have one request. One, I'd like an update on Project Light. I'd like to know how that is going and if we're still looking at a December, January timeline for launch. And if not, what we can do to support that happening sooner than later. And the other request, and potentially this is definitely for our city manager, is that I would like us to have a serious conversation about city funding for street outreach teams, potentially under MIH. Of course, though, they do a lot already, so I wouldn't want to overburden them if they are having capacity issues, but I do think we need to fund, hire and pay folks to do street outreach in what I would consider hot zones, if you will. El Paseo, Solano, West Picacho, areas that are experiencing. Councilor Abeyta recently had a public safety meeting with areas in her district. I'm certain they exist all over the city, and street outreach there are evidence-based harm reduction programs that we should be funding and ensuring that we are reaching out to people who are in distress, reaching out to unhoused folks who may not have services, reaching out to folks like the gentleman that Crosstown Boxing spoke about. They said, yes, you can stay here, you can work for us, and then that person fell back into addiction, because addiction is difficult and it is awful to families and individuals, and it is difficult. And if we have someone who is doing street outreach that is helping get people connected to the right resources, then we should be doing that. And I know that I know Community of Hope has street outreach, but they have one person. What would it look like for us to double down on that and hire some of our own folks? That's one. The other one is that I really think that we also need to invest in purchasing mobile showers, mobile toilets, and perhaps our street outreach team can distribute hygiene products to people. If we are seeing feces in parking lots, that means that we probably need more bathrooms for people who are unhoused. And perhaps we can partner with nonprofit organizations that can actually manage those. The city doesn't have to do that, right? It can be partner organizations who are willing to work with us, who would be willing to operate those kinds of facilities. But I think that right now is the time, because we are doing a lot of root causes, we are doing a lot of long-term solutions, and people aren't seeing the immediate impact of that. But you know where they are seeing the immediate impact? In the Mano y Mano hotspot program. And I think that when we invest in short-term harm reduction strategies that aren't just compassionate, they are evidence-based. And I really think the city needs to put up some funding to show that we do in fact care. We care quite a bit. And so that I would like to propose that, and I would like to see that something come to council, in front of council, so that we can move forward.
Councilor Graham?
I bared my heart enough for one day, so I'll pass.
Okay. Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for talking about the street outreach teams in preparation for my meeting about public safety. I know Ivo and I talked about different types of responses to do within the El Paseo Solano corridor. And with that, I do want to thank Cynthia, and I have a large list of staff who helped participate in my District 2 public safety meeting. So I would like to thank Battalion Chief Coaches, Officer Roach, District Officer Chavez, Officer Glimpf, Officer Esparza, and Officer Ortiz, and then Sonia Delgado and Barbara De Leon as well for their support, and for Claudia Chavez, who helped with the community center reservation and setup. With that, we did have a decent participation and the ability to kind of map out that we have 3 areas that really need concentration, that are having issues with crime. Not unexpected, but it is around the area of the Tony Gomez Fringer and by the high school. And so I want to encourage everyone to think about the revitalization when we talk about infrastructure and support, when we talk about what parks we're going to work with. to recognize that in at least District 2, these are all areas that work together and that do need to see that revitalization, so that when we do have, a new seniors facility that's going to go up with 80 units, that we are looking at improving the infrastructure so that it's safe for the seniors to cross, to get into the park, and that they have somewhere to go and places to do, and not just an empty swimming pool that will be closed down by that time. And so it all, I think, kind of plays together and looks at a picture of what the district will look like in 5 or 10 years. And I know it's late, so I think that's where I'm going to stick with, but it was a good meeting, and thank you again to all the staff who helped participate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Ifo, you're the only thing standing between us and dinner. No, just kidding.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get this one out of the way first, because this is a requirement that I have to report and disclose. On August 15, 2022, the council authorized the issuance and sale of bonds and I'll go ahead and read the New Mexico Subordinate Lien State Shared Gross Receipts Tax Improvement Revenue Bonds, Series 2022. The purpose of those bonds was to purchase fire apparatus vehicles, aerials, let's see, let me look for the exact. Fire engines, aerial fire trucks, and fire equipment for the city fire department. And then also to pay for the cost of issuance. Is there something else? Okay. And if you have any other questions, Chief can expound on that. But the terms of the bonds needs to be disclosed. As I mentioned, we entered into that agreement with the New Mexico Finance Authority. The parameters of the ordinance, it meets the parameters of the ordinance, which is the par value to not exceed $5 million. The net effective interest cannot be over 12%, which it came in at 2.272%. And then the final maturity has to be on or before June 1st, 2034. And so the bonds closed on September 23rd, 2002, and the bonds mature on June 1st, 2033. So it meets the ordinance parameters. That is to fulfill the requirement set forth by the ordinance, and just needed to disclose that before I move forward. And I'll be quick with these others.
I'm just kidding. Take it as long as you want.
Yeah. I think we all want to go ASAP. So, but just one thing I wanted to mention. I know this isn't this is an appropriate time to address public comment, but this is information that I think should be known for the sake of the public and also for our council. And I think you all know, all of our city leagues. Every one of our city leagues offers scholarships for any youth that want to participate. And so that's something that should be made known. Also, the city does not have a full contact football league. That football league that he's talking about is the Bantamweight League that's in association with LCPS. It's played on LCPS and it's associated with that. But I think it's good information that we can get out. I mean, anyone can participate in our leagues, and I think that's a great thing that's been done here with the city for a while now, so I appreciate that. And then just want to mention, as of October 8th, we'll have 16 of our recently graduated officers that will be on the streets on their own. And so you'll see an increase in a noticeable increase with patrol and our force, at least by that 16 for now. And I believe, Chief, if you're prepared to maybe give a quick update on Project Light, and then I guess we can come back at another time to give more fully, but if there's something you can add, Chief. Chief Smith, yes, please.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Peeling, Mayor.
Jason Smith, Fire Chief for the record. So Project Light, we are on track for hiring our coordinator position. We did go through one hiring process unsuccessfully, but we had quite a lot of applicants. Second go around, same thing, we've had a lot of applicants. We're looking at interviews starting in the next couple of weeks for that position. We're also lining up our social worker provider interviews soon. Our 2 paramedics as part of that team have been identified, and over the last few months, actually with the help of Chief Dominguez, we've been having our MIH paramedics ride with Sergeant McCord or Officer Milks to do some outreach and visit their crisis intervention team referrals. So we are on track, a minor setback with the first hiring, but we are still looking at that January start date. And I would love the opportunity in early December to come and actually introduce the team to you if we're successful in our hiring.
Thank you, Chief. And then one final, Mayor, if that's okay. Again, not to directly try to address public comment here, but one thing I did want to mention, I whispered to the mayor earlier, the gentleman who talked about the Veterans Park issue. I just want to state, just so that council knows, I did direct our Parks and Rec department to remove the Veterans Park as one of the 4 or 5 parks that you can reserve. This was a request from our Veterans Board. They asked that we remove that so that not anybody can just come and have irreverent activities there that, and so that was a request from our Veterans Board. There's obviously an unintended consequence here. And so we'll revisit that, but just to let you know that that's where that came from, is that that's no longer an option to reserve that pavilion. Not only reverence, but also there have been, in the past, there have been vandalism, and so that's something that came from the Veterans Board directly. And so, like I said, we'll revisit it, but that's where it came from. It wasn't anything that had to do with our Parks Department being non-responsive, or, but that's where the process is right now.
Well, since you're disclosing things, Ifo, I looked. He did text me, but I never received the email, and we couldn't find it, and he understands. So no harm on behalf of Parks. But I do have a quick question for Chief Dominguez. So on your new officers, are you going to carry on the tradition that I guess they get the older cars, so we know who the new ones are?
Mayor, that's correct. They have no choice.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, they're the Dodge Chargers, I guess. Is that what they'll be driving? Okay. All right. Though they're pretty small cars. All right. If there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Beta.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Bencomo, that we adjourn. Christine?
This is on a motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Oveda?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondetta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. It's 6 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you.